Chapter 877. When an energy storm erupted, if no one interfered and there was no resistance, the energy storm would engulf everything it could reach. Finally, it would completely engulf the energy between heaven and earth into this terrifying storm. This was an ideal situation, but it was almost impossible to achieve. When the energy storm reached a certain size, most of the energy that guided the storm in the center would be first annihilated by the energy that was engulfed in and finally disappear completely. And if that guiding force didn't disappear, theoretically speaking, it would reach a level where it would continue to spread until the entire world was engulfed, just like what was happening on Livian right now. An extremely powerful suction force erupted from the Bloodwing Fortress and spread across the entire Livian planet. It even spread to the outer star fields. An energy storm that could engulf the entire Livian planet was slowly brewing amidst this energy imbalance. If someone stood in the starry sky and looked down, they would be able to see that all the energy had condensed into a tangible river of energy. From the boundless starry sky to the Livian planet and the surrounding planets, countless amounts of energy were condensing in the large lavender region of the Livian planet. At first, it was just an inconspicuous light spot, but that light spot was the center of all the energy. Not only was it absorbing energy, but the surrounding energy pressure was also compressing the energy crazily. A 300-meter-long river of energy could be reduced to the width of a finger by the time it flowed into the light spot. The energy was compressed to such a degree that it was almost crystallized, and the 300-meter-long river of energy was just a trickle. Looking down from the starry sky, other than the lavender region of the Livian planet, the rest of the planet was covered in dark clouds. At this moment, the dark clouds were surging with various colored rivers of energy that were thousands of meters long. Those were the energies of Livian planet itself, and they were mixed with the black energy of the void beasts. A 1,000,000-meter-long starlight pillar descended from the starry sky, and it was many times larger than Livian planet. When all the energies were compressed together, it's really 3 minutes. In the Bloodwing Fort, the whistling wind was so strong that it could blow people away. Those who were still guarding the Bloodwing Fort were all warriors among warriors, elites among elites. They could be called heroes. Even they couldn't stand stably on the ground at this moment. The wind brought up by the energy storm was so strong that it almost sucked them into the sky. Ivan and the others tried their best to lower their bodies and put up a barrier to block the wind, but it wasn't very effective. They were all half squatting on the ground, holding their wildly dancing hair and looking up at the sky. The brilliant starlight pillar, which was so dense that it looked like a black starfield, suddenly fell from the sky. The golden and colorful divine pattern tree was dyed with a part of the brilliant purple-gold color. That was the power of Little Purple Soul. As Zero said, when Yun Nuashing fully released the power of the divine body, his soul and mind almost collapsed just by maintaining it. The power of Little Purple Soul helped him. The divine pattern tree spread out tens of thousands of feet. It was like a huge golden tree that supported the heavens and the earth. In the center of the huge tree, below the layers of golden runes, was Yun Nua planet, which had completely released itself, and the small purple soul that was wrapped in it. Look, it's so bright. Only Zero could still be excited. Hanging above everyone's heads was a huge reddish-black energy ball. Huge chains appeared on the surface of the energy ball, and in the center was a deep purple-black area. The violent energy emitted from the energy ball made everyone's heart jump, especially the energy ball. It expanded from the size of a small fist to thousands of miles in diameter in just 3 minutes, and it was still madly spinning and swallowing all the energy. Almost everyone was so scared that they couldn't speak. The monstrous power made everyone, including Ivan, Yuan Shi, and the others, breathless. Outside the eternal barrier, the king-level void beast still didn't react. It was as if the chaotic energy didn't exist, and it was still bombarding the barrier with punches. The scale of the energy storm that engulfed the entire Livian planet was unimaginably large. Just the power of the energy storm alone was enough to make the planet collapse. The ground sank and the ocean surged. Huge abyssal cracks appeared on the ground, and black seawater poured into the scorching magma, making explosive sounds. The deepest crack even split the magma layer, revealing the scorching core below. The energy density of Livian and the stars is dropping rapidly. No, it's almost bottoming out. The energy of Livian itself is being crazily sucked away. If this continues, everything except the eternal barrier will be sucked away, Joe said to Ivan with a grave expression, pressing down his messy blonde hair. I can feel it. Old Master, remember to open up your spirit realm domain later so that the children won't be restricted in space. However, I'm worried that when the energy erupts... Ifan's expression was serious as cold sweat flowed down his face. Qian, remember to write a report for me. Oh, that's not right. We have to survive first, don't we? The extremely handsome man almost shrank his head into his chest. When he heard that, he was so shocked that he jumped up and was almost blown away by the wind. Hearing that, Ivan rolled his eyes and pointed at Zero with his chin. Look at how calm they are. Qian, no, look at them. Most of them aren't that calm. Joe was speechless. Except for Zero, the others weren't that calm. Yuan Shi and the others' faces couldn't be paler. They were so scared that they almost suffocated. They knew that Yun Nuashing would cause a huge commotion, but they didn't expect it to be this big. This kind of energy was enough to destroy the king-level void beast, but the latter was aiming at the entire Livian planet. He wanted to blow up the entire planet, and he was still condensing his energy. But, amazingly, Yun Nuashing's power was only at the half-demon level. He had never crossed the limit of the 5-element realm, but the energy he was condensing was far more than that. Even novice Celestials would be so scared that their jaws would drop. The reddish-black energy ball kept rolling and expanding in the infinite energy. Gradually, it expanded from a few thousand miles to tens of thousands of miles. It was already the same size as Livian planet. Its overwhelming size could be seen clearly from this side of the planet. It was only a few thousand feet above the ground. Looking up from below, it looked like another planet was about to collide with it. It was as if one could reach out and touch it. However, it was more like a reddish-black sun. Its brilliant light dyed the sky of Livian planet red and black. Except for the lack of light, there was almost no difference. Swoosh! Zero and the others, who were looking up at the energy feast, suddenly heard the sound of wind breaking. When they turned their heads, they saw a row of people beside them. It was Yao Hua and the others who had run to the other 5 strongholds. When they saw this scene, they all fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn! I ran to the center. Did I run to the wrong place? Yao Hua was so scared that his face was covered in sweat. He almost spat out his tongue. What he saw in the other fortresses was not as exaggerated as what he saw here. Oh! The immeasurable heavenly venerate. Fellow cultivator, you took us to the wrong place. Lin Sheng was so scared that he even called out his Taoist name. Ivan, what's going on? The other Golden Spirit, tribe members, surrounded Ivan, who was calmly watching the show, and began to ask questions at the same time. Oh, you're back? Just in time for this amazing feast. Zero looked at everyone and nodded. He waved his hand and pointed at the divine pattern tree not far away. Open your eyes and watch. This is his most brilliant moment. It's so brilliant that it's comparable to the moment when he self-combusts. All the power of the divine body is released. It is indeed brilliant. I'm almost going blind. Nightmare lay on the ground without any elegance. He stared at the reddish-black energy ball that kept rolling and expanding. He sighed. It's about time to explode. If it doesn't, my mind will explode. It was unknown if the nightmare demon's urging had an effect, but the constantly churning energy planet suddenly stopped churning. The purplish-black region at its center pulsed like a heart. A moment later, It suddenly stopped beating and slowly collapsed towards the center. An annihilating energy was quietly born from within it. "I suggest you all close your eyes," Zero said calmly. Then he covered his eyes with his hands. Everyone was shocked. Just as they were about to close their eyes, they heard a cold voice slowly descend from the sky. "Star destruction. Damn, this is the enhanced version." As soon as the voice came out, Zero was frightened. She quickly shouted at the runic tree, "Don't blow up the entire solar system." However, this voice was still a bit slow. Everyone only saw that the thick pillar of starlight in the sky suddenly condensed and poured into the reddish-black energy ball like a waterfall. All the energy from the surface of the reddish-black energy ball condensed toward the center. Its volume also seemed to shrink abruptly. Then Zero was so frightened that he almost started talking nonsense. "Qin Yan, remove the eternal rule defense. That will make the eternal barrier invincible for 5 minutes. That should be enough. Quick, Ivan, let's hurry up and create a new energy barrier. Oh my God, who knew that guy would create an enhanced version of the carnival? That bastard is so afraid that he won't be able to blow up this planet. He's afraid that he won't be able to blow up this solar system. Close your eyes. Get down. At least create an energy barrier to protect yourself." Without any warning, a crack appeared on the red and black sun, and an extremely brilliant flash of light suddenly exploded. Everyone's eyes seemed to be frozen on this scene. That was an energy explosion that was enough to engulf the entire planet. The reddish-black energy impact engulfed everything, mixed with the thick power of stars. It carried an energy that could annihilate everything and swept out tens of thousands of miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, until 100 million miles. The range of this bright energy explosion was finally suppressed as Zero wished. Yun Nuashing didn't completely release the energy. Instead, he trapped the energy that was enough to engulf the entire solar system in this space with a diameter of 100 million miles and completely detonated it. That level of energy impact was multiplied by countless times. The impact didn't last very long. Like an extreme flash of light, it shone back and forth in this space for 3 minutes before the energy was completely exhausted. From the condensation to the explosion, it took less than 10 minutes. Even if it was just 10 minutes, it wouldn't be a problem for Yun Nuashing to annihilate all the Emperor gods on this planet. For this level of attack, Yun Nuashing only played the role of guiding and compressing the energy. In fact, it was the energy that covered an unknown area that was exerting its power. However, he was the only one who had the authority to mobilize all the energy. The spiritual divine body was more suitable for borrowing all the energy from the outside world to fight against the enemy. This time, Yun Nuashing only used this talent to the extreme and added the energy impact unique to the star technique. That was all. When everything was over, in the space where Livian planet used to be, there was only a giant floating island shrouded in a light purple energy barrier. Below the barrier was a layer of golden barrier that isolated the space environment. Everything that was blocked by the eternal barrier, including time, space, and even the void, had been destroyed more than 10 times just now. There really wasn't anything left. In the Bloodwing Fortress, most of the people had fainted from the earth-shattering destruction of the energy. A large number of people were lying on the city walls and the streets of the fortress. If one looked closely, they would find that the people on the city walls were still awake, or at least moving slightly. As for the divine pattern tree, it had disappeared when the energy explosion ended. What? Am I still alive? Yuan Shi's eyes were bright, white as if he had been blinded. He propped himself up with difficulty and muttered weakly, "You should be alive, but this place is so white. Don't tell me I've ascended to heaven? I feel like I'm going to hell." Nightmare's trembling voice came from the side. Although he couldn't see it, Yuan Shi could already feel the guy trembling and hugging his knees as he curled up into a ball. "What are you guys talking about so calmly?" Ivan said in a trembling voice. Just now, There was an energy explosion that could destroy a planet in front of him. Well, it was the first time he saw someone who could destroy an entire planet with just energy. God Almighty! After this battle, I'll resign and go back to write my biography. Everyone. Where's your ambition? The light purple barrier trembled a little before quietly dissipating. The golden barrier still enveloped the entire floating island. It seemed that even though they were scared out of their wits, Ivan and the others still didn't forget to use their own power to protect this place. Qin Yan removed the barrier herself, so there was still a considerable amount of energy left in her body. She didn't faint. She held the golden red awl in her hand and landed on the city wall. She only felt the energy explosion just now, but she didn't see it directly. Her eyes were still normal. When she landed on the city wall, she saw a group of people wriggling like corpses. Their bodies were twitching as if they were having convulsions. You guys! Qin Yan was very confused. There shouldn't have been any energy leakage just now, right? Don't mention it. My organs were all shaken out of place. I need to rest for a while. Nightmare said in a trembling voice. Oh, minor injury, minor injury. It should be a minor injury. Ugh. Lin Sheng's voice trembled. He had been directly exposed to the energy explosion just now, and his eyes were almost blinded. He had been watching the entire scene with his eyes wide open, so he was lucky not to go blind. As for Violet Knight and the others, they were different from ordinary people. They weren't hurt by the shock waves. Lan Xian looked around in a panic. Where's Brother Nuashing? Ku Ming's gaze also quickly swept across the Bloodwing Fort. The divine pattern tree in the sky had already disappeared, and they could now see the starry sky. As far as the eye could see, there was a gigantic planet in the distance. However, she wasn't in the mood to look at such a scene. After sweeping her gaze around for a while, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised, and her delicate figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, there were two figures in her embrace, one big and one small. The big one was naturally Yun Nuashing, and the small one was little Purple Soul. The latter was still like an octopus lying on Yun Nuashing's chest, and the two of them were deeply asleep. Their colorful hair didn't turn white, and their life force and astral energy didn't deplete much. In that state, Yun Nuashing's body had turned into energy. Naturally, she wouldn't let her energy run out. He and little Purple Soul had only used up their soul energy and fainted. At this moment, he was lying in Ming's arms with his eyes closed. He was as quiet as a normal person. No one would have thought that he was the one who caused the explosion. TSK, I want to beat this guy up whenever I see him. Violet Knight gritted her teeth as she looked at the sleeping Yun Nuashing. Her voice leaked out from between her teeth. It's better to beat him up to vent my anger. Seeing that Violet Knight wanted to beat Yun Nuashing up, Ming hurriedly retreated and wrapped her wings around Yun Nuashing. Sister Violet Knight, forget it. Big Brother also had no choice. Violet Knight rolled her eyes and sighed. Fine. You can protect him. Xian or go back to sleep. Seeing Violet Knight rush into Yun Nuashing's soul, Ming felt a little helpless. Lan Xian and Kai Xia smiled helplessly at her and waved their hands to return to the former soul. Little White stretched lazily at the side and followed. Sister Yishi, aren't you going back? Ming looked at the little girl with long red hair and asked. Yishi sighed and shook her head. I'll wait until my stupid brother wakes up. Violet Knight is recovering his soul. After all, she's still soft-hearted. Ivan, what do you plan to do now? Zero stood up in the dark and blinked his eyes. He realized that his vision was still white and he was about to go blind. He obediently sat down. Now, Ivan scratched his head and sighed. Let's wait until my eyes recover. Oh, I'm blind. Oh God, this is considered a work injury. Work injury. Chen, help me note it down. Remember to mention it in the report. Work injury. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 878. The colossal floating island floated silently in the stars, orbiting slowly around the fiery sun following the orbit of its predecessor, Livia. In comparison, its size was more than 10,000 times smaller. Everything else had been wiped out in various aspects of the super energy explosion, with even Ivan claiming that he could not restore it and could only create another one after the battle. That blast had broken the laws of Leviathan. It's impossible to restore it. It has been completely wiped out from this world. Even if we create another one with the same specifications and model, it would not be Leviathan. We'll just have to make a new one when the time comes. Ivan's eyes were still white, but he bared his white teeth and gave a thumbs up. Now, Ivan stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction. Let's head towards the sun first. There's a planet in the inner circle, and it's very close. Everyone was shocked. You're pointing in the opposite direction. Are you trying to rush out? Ivan said, Oh, I'm still blind. I can't see. It's all white everywhere. The group rested for a while, at least until their vision returned to normal before they started to move slowly. Osier and a group of Eldars went to the other 5 fortresses to comfort the remaining humans, while Ivan controlled the gigantic floating island and slowly drifted through space. Without the obstruction of the void beast, their control over the world had recovered a little. However, the base camp was still releasing powerful disruptions, and the little power they had recovered was only enough for him to control the floating island. The Book of the Epics is also slightly affected. As expected of the power left by Father, it has disrupted the order of this planetary system. Zero held a cluster of light in her hand as she looked at the dark, starry sky. Countless stars were twinkling, and a portion of the distorted starlight could be seen in her line of sight. Those starlights were originally normal light, but when they passed through the star system, they were distorted. An unknown power had distorted the distant starlight, including space and time. The space at the edge of the star system had also become chaotic. Zero pointed into the distance. Everyone looked up and saw the phenomenon he was talking about. The stars in the distance were originally in the shape of a dot, but they had been distorted into a long strip of light. It was crooked like a braid, and this shape came from a dot of starlight. Some even changed from a cross to a ring-shaped dot of light. Everyone's vision was too good, and there were countless stars as far as their eyes could see. Their vision was occupied by a large patch of light, and most of these light spots were very distorted and abnormal. I haven't seen the stars for a long time. The Void Beast's power has distorted the stars. Ivan frowned. No, it's not starlight. It's the entire space that's been distorted. Zero shook her head and interrupted him. She stretched out her hand and drew a circle in front of her. Then she squeezed the circle with her right hand and said, That power has enveloped this star field, which is probably the solar system we are in. It has formed a barrier at the edge of this area. The space inside and outside is separated by that power. Even the starlight and the power of the stars will be distorted when they pass through that barrier. That is why we are seeing this bizarre situation now. The starry sky is not normal at all. If this power is stronger, it may be able to trigger the power of the rules. By then, this star field will be completely sealed off. Where's the huge planet occupied by the Void Beast? Chu Yingzhan glanced at Ivan and asked. Probably. Ivan turned his gaze and scanned his surroundings for a while, before pointing in the direction away from the sun. Over there, I see it. When everyone heard that, they quickly looked over. Zero used the Book of the Epic to zoom in. Then, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a huge planet, about 100 to 1,000 times the size of Livian Planet. They did not know what the planet originally looked like, but all they could see now was a black mass. Below the black mass, there were hordes of void beasts, stacked from top to bottom like a human pyramid. They were so densely packed that there was no space left. From afar, it looked like there was something attached to the surface of the planet that was constantly wriggling. The core of the planet was not as big as it looked, but they could not see how big the core was. All they could see were the void beasts, all blocked on the surface. Wow, what the hell is that? Devil Nightmare was so shocked that he bit his tongue and sucked in a breath of cold air. How can we fight this? That place has been occupied by the void beasts for tens of millions of years. Do you think it's a good place? Ivan sighed helplessly. We had a plan a long time ago. If all the spiritual deities of the spiritual realm were to come out in full force, there was still a slight chance that we could wipe out all the void beasts on that planet. If we were not affected by the void beast's power, we could have destroyed that planet directly. Unfortunately, it would be very difficult to rely on pure energy attacks. Everyone nodded silently and glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was sleeping soundly in Ming's arms. After all, not everyone was like him. That level of energy explosion should be able to destroy the planet. Should we ask him to go over and blow it up again? We can cover for him. It shouldn't be a problem to delay him for 5 or 6 minutes, right? Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips and said what everyone was thinking. Everyone thought for a while and was about to nod when Zero waved his hand. There's no need to think about it. There's a big guy in there. Have you forgotten what we said earlier? The last sentence was said to Yuan Shi and the others through their souls. After hearing this, the latter and the others' expressions became serious. They remembered that these two freaks said that they might use their full strength for the last time. However, Yun Nuashing had already used her full strength, right? Could it be that she had to use the power of the gods? Well, that's about the situation. So it's not very realistic to attack directly. Zero knew what they were thinking and nodded. His dignified gaze was fixed on the black planet in the distance. Some golden energy surged in his golden eyes. His line of sight, which had been blocked from the outside, gradually penetrated through the thick layers of void beasts and penetrated below. He saw the stacked void beasts. Black mucus dripped from their ferocious mouths, and their bodies exuded a thick black fog. The corners of Zero's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He had lived like this for dozens of eras, and this was the first time he was disgusted like this. It looked like a pile of rotten meat stacked together, sprinkled with some sauce and rancid liquid. He couldn't think about it anymore. He was about to throw up. His line of sight penetrated through the layers of void beasts. They were so densely packed that his face turned green. After a while, his line of sight suddenly became empty, and he was stunned. In front of his line of sight, there was a metal land. This should be the core of this planet. The surface of the silver metal was dyed black, and there was a transparent barrier covering the sky. Countless small void beasts lay on top of the barrier, wriggling constantly. It was a nauseating sight. On the silver land, inside the barrier, there were king-level void beasts that were hundreds of feet long. Their huge bodies were slowly dragged on the ground, and the sound of chains rattling could be heard. The silver light at the core was covered by the thick black fog and appeared dim. The silver land was not very big, and there was a pile of king-level void beasts. He didn't count them, but there were at least a few dozen of them. Furthermore, this was only an area that he could see through his narrow vision. The total number of void beasts was definitely more than this. Ling's golden eyes caught something, and he was stunned. He turned his line of sight and paused on a particularly huge void beast. That was a golden void beast. It had a very strange color, but its huge body was still emitting black fog. It stood out among the other king-level void beasts, and its body was about twice as big as the other king-level void beasts. Ling looked down and saw that at its abdomen there were dense chains binding the limbs of a figure. That figure had long golden hair, and his robes were also golden. Ivan, do you have any colleagues who have gone missing in this star field? Seeing that golden figure, Ling had a bad feeling. That kind of life form, that kind of divine power. It was very likely. Ivan was stunned by this sudden question. He scratched his head and said, in the tens of millions of years of war, some of the spiritual gods have died, but if you want to talk about missing, At this point, he looked at Charles and Osier, and they all shook their heads. We haven't heard of any missing spiritual gods. Oh, then I'll tell you the bad news. Zero nodded and said, I saw a golden void beast on that planet. It's about twice the size of a king-level void beast. Its power is divine power. As soon as these words came out, the air instantly froze. Ivan and the others widened their eyes strangely. Combined with Zero's question just now, he also had a bad idea in his mind. Could it be that a spiritual god was, if I'm not mistaken, it should be? Ling replied in a low voice. Then he projected the image he saw in front of them. When the giant golden void beast appeared, everyone fell silent. When they looked at the person whose abdomen was locked, it was as if there was a low pressure. Ivan and the others' faces were as dark as a storm. Ling and the others had never seen the Eldars look so gloomy. Even when they were talking about blowing up Livia, they didn't look so serious. Ivan and the others were silent for a long time. It was so long that Nightmare couldn't help but ask, but Ivan sighed and said, It should be the leader of the third team of our echelon. After saying that, he turned to look at Joe. The latter pondered for a while before nodding hesitantly. I can't see clearly, but there's a 60% chance that it's Toru. He has the team leader's emblem on his clothes. And the only team leader who died was Toru, the leader of the third team. I don't know much about your dangerous battle formation, but what echelon are you talking about? You are the 120th echelon, right? There should be a lot of people. This planetary sector is in such a bad state. Why didn't you send more people? Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but ask. Because we can't send messages out. At the mention of this, Ivan became even more depressed. Now, sending out a request for help to the spirit realm every day is like a routine. But since a while ago, we haven't received any messages from the spirit realm. We can't leave this star field, and once we leave this place, we won't be able to find this place again. It's a desperate struggle. Yuan, she hit the nail on the head. Ivan nodded worriedly. At first, there were only 3 teams here, and we thought that it wasn't anything serious. At first, we didn't find the main lair, and just cleared out the void beasts on a few planets. Later, the war intensified, and the spiritual realm sent an entire echelon of 20 teams to clear it out. The war ended in 1,000 years, and even the great divine soul fought here. After the war, the other teams returned to the spiritual realm, leaving the great divine soul and 5 other teams here to check things out. And then the main lair appeared. The main nest had always been in a hidden state, until we suddenly discovered that there was an additional planet here. After that, an even more intense battle occurred. The spiritual realm stationed a total of 3 echelons of 60 teams here, guarding 12 planets and discussing how to attack the huge number of main nests. There's nothing much to talk about here. We thought that the battle would end soon, but it lasted for more than 10 million years. In one battle, the great spiritual god was seriously injured and retreated, returning to the spiritual realm, and then, from then on, there were no more messages from the spiritual realm, right? And the outside couldn't find this place either, and your 60 teams were stuck here as if they had vanished into thin air. Zero said, just like how we had rushed in by accident. Ivan nodded helplessly. So the war went on for tens of millions of years, and we're still struggling to this day. As Yuan said, it's a desperate struggle like a cornered beast, and even now we're still hoping to receive a message from the spiritual realm. Zero, you said that the barrier had cut off most of the energy, separating the inside from the outside and turning this place into a prison. Perhaps that's why messages couldn't be sent out or in. Our battle against the void beasts would never stop, and whichever side stopped would be defeated. But how should I put it? Even gods get tired. We've been fighting for far too long, and there's never been a battle that lasted as long as this, nor have 3 echelons in a dangerous battle gone missing at once. Ivan sighed quietly as he leaned on the wall. What a hopeless future. Lin Sheng let out a long sigh and then patted Ivan's shoulder with a smile. But at least we still have a sliver of hope, don't we? As long as there's a sliver of hope, no matter how weak it is, We have to keep going. Yes, the future isn't completely hopeless. There's still a sliver of hope. Ifan nodded heavily. His gaze swept across them and finally landed on Zero and Yunnuashing. He nodded and said, "On behalf of our team, I would like to greet you. Thank you for your help, friends. Well, we're trapped here anyway. It's too bad if we're waiting for others to solve our own problems." Zero shrugged nonchalantly. While everyone was talking, the floating island quietly stopped, and there was a slight tremor. Everyone turned around, and a huge planet appeared in front of them. It seemed to be about the same size as Leviathan, but the energy it contained was much denser than Leviathan's. Moreover, the situation of this planet surprised everyone. They thought that they would see a planet that was also covered in black fog, but the black fog on this planet was pitifully small. It was divided into the north and south poles of the planet, and was surrounded by a circle, occupying less than 1/10 of the planet's surface. It seemed that the void beasts on this planet had encountered an unprecedentedly strong resistance, and they were actually able to trap them in these two places for thousands of years without letting them spread. Such a battle record was glorious. It seems that Gray's condition is much better than Leviathan's. To think that I was worried at first. Seeing that the situation of the planet below was good, Ivan couldn't help but smile. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, many people were slightly disappointed because of Leviathan's fall. If they saw another planet in a desperate situation, even if they had the support of their own spirit god, they would probably be dispirited. Hey, the soul connection of the Eldars. It seems that a comrade has come up, but I don't know which one. Ivan suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and turned his eyes. In his senses, there was a familiar energy rapidly approaching. He could only determine that it was also an Eldar, and that it flew up from Gray. In your dangerous team, are the teams not familiar with each other? Yuan, she heard this strange statement and couldn't help but ask. Aya, of course, they know each other, but not many teams know each other. Qian scratched his head and showed a bright golden smile. Seeing this, Osier and Cynthia couldn't help but roll their eyes. Everyone was puzzled. What do you mean? There are very few spirit gods in the spiritual realm who don't know each other, but we don't know which team each other is in. The dangerous battle formation doesn't always exist, but it is formed when there is an emergency, so we don't know who the leader of each team is until we meet each other, Ivan said. Everyone looked at each other and rolled their eyes. How could such a formation work? Not long after, which was 10 seconds after Ivan's voice fell, the space in front of them suddenly twisted, and then a young man with shoulder-length golden hair suddenly appeared in front of them. It seems that blonde hair is the standard. Yuan, she laughed dryly. As for female spirit gods, most of them have silver hair. Osier added. Everyone rolled their eyes and turned their gazes away. The one who appeared in front of them was a young man in a purple gold robe. His attire was somewhat different from Ivan's and the others. He had a head of short golden hair and looked to be about 20 years old. The space around him was covered by what appeared to be a defensive barrier. His luxurious purple gold robe depicted with an abstract pattern of a star system, as if it was the entire starry sky. When the spirit race youth saw the large group of people standing on the walls of the Bloodwing Fort, he was taken aback at first, but when he saw Ivan and the others, his face lit up with joy. His figure flashed as he charged through the golden barrier, landing in front of everyone. He stretched out his fist and punched Ivan in the chest. Ivan! Long time no see, about 30 million years. Ivan grinned and also reached out his fist to punch the chest of the young man who suddenly appeared with a smile. He was quite emotional. Yes, long time no see. You are still the same. Don't mention it. Gray is fighting to the death every day. He is not as carefree as before. One of our team members has been in a coma for millions of years. That's unfortunate. Let's go take a look later. Hey, why are you here? And you brought a big stone. Just now, Leviathan was blown up, and he took 6 king general-level spirit gods with him and ran out. This is what was left of that world. 6 king general-level spirit gods. That's really bad luck. Your Leviathan's combat power is a bit weaker than Grey's, but it's good that they ran out. As long as they are still alive, it's fine. Those bastards will suffer sooner or later. Everyone. Yuan, she almost couldn't breathe. He was so stifled that he rolled his eyes. What was with this conversation of meeting neighbors outside and stopping to chat? As if sensing that the atmosphere had suddenly become strange, Ivan and the young man stopped talking and turned around to see Zero and the others looking at them with strange gazes. Ivan couldn't help but scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. This is Kroll Yonquan, the water's spiritual god, the leader of the 6th squad. We are old friends. Ivan, these people are... The young man called Kroll Yonquan touched Ivan's shoulder and whispered, "It's a long story." Ivan scratched his head and told him in detail about Zero and the others. After hearing the details of Leviathan being blown up, Kroll Yonquan had a look of realization. So what I saw just now wasn't an illusion. Just now? What did you see? What was that? Ivan was startled. Everyone turned to look at him curiously. Kroll pointed at Yunua planet and made a big gesture and said, "Ah! When that little brother blew up Liwayan, he triggered the energy of a large area. We saw him condensing the energy in the sky, and it only lasted for 10 seconds. We thought it was an illusion." Kroll pointed at Yunua planet and made a big gesture. Everyone was silent for a while. They looked at Yunuashing and shook their heads helplessly. Every time this guy used his full strength, it would cause a huge commotion. Who would have thought that the commotion this time would spread to the neighboring planet? Chapter 879. The entire world was burning. Boundless, heavenly fire poured down from the starry sky. Stars turned into giant flaming rocks and fell on the ground. The sky-high flame reached hundreds of millions of miles high, like a giant wall of fire, extending for millions of miles or even further. The ground was burning as far as the eye could see. Red fire, purple fire, blue fire, and black fire were all burning on the ground. Under such extreme burning, not even a wisp of black smoke could be seen. Look, this world is so despairing. It's all broken, burn it all, ha-ha! Die, die, die. Let's let this realm of the gods be your burial ground. Isn't this what you want? The black mountain peak pierced through the clouds, and the continuous sea of fire burned everything in sight. However, this black mountain peak was protected by a powerful force, isolating the flames. At the top of the mountain peak, a group of people looked down at the raging flames below and could not help but sigh. Except for a young girl covered in brilliant gold who opened her arms and laughed wildly, no one else could laugh. "You're a girl, so be more refined." The black-robed man turned around and gave the young girl a knock on the head. The latter immediately rubbed her head in grievance and muttered, "Brother you, have you forgotten how this world treated you before you became a god? From the very beginning, I thought that it would be fine if this world was ruined. Look, such an ugly and exuberant flame, burning and devouring the sins of this world. Let this great fire of the 69th era be the dividing point of this era. From now on, we will set the order. The realm of the gods isn't over yet. What do you mean by sentencing them to death and taking over the world?" The people at the side rolled their eyes. "That's right. It's not over yet. Everything is not over yet. The starry sky temple returned to the void, and the invasion of the realm of the gods came to an end. I didn't expect to pay such a terrible price." The black-robed man let out a long sigh. "The pillar of creation. Is the situation all right? The calamity this time shouldn't have affected the pillar of creation, right? Brother, you don't worry. I personally checked it. There's no problem. You can rest assured." The girl puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Everyone, it's because you're the one who checked it that we're worried. Brother you, what did you do with the pillar of creation?" A figure suddenly appeared beside the black-robed man. Her rainbow-colored, gem-like eyes were fixed on the black-robed man. There was a trace of doubt on her ethereal and indifferent face. Her body emitted two extremely strange auras, noble and holy, dark and crazy, and she was both holy and demonic. The black-robed man turned around and looked at the crowd. He then looked at the girl who came forward and asked. He gently rubbed her head with his hand. A gift for the God Realm. A gift to protect the God Realm. Ah, brother, you idiot, idiot, idiot. What's so good about this world? They already treated you like this. But you still... The golden-haired girl stomped her feet in frustration. She had only said a few words when the man pressed his palm on her head, instantly silencing her. The world itself is sinful, isn't it? The red, the fire of the world, the of the world. The man smiled faintly and turned his gaze to the burning world. His black eyes reflected a trace of madness. The 9 god temples have been established for 4 eras, supporting the realm of the gods behind the scenes. Even if we fall, the realm of the gods cannot be destroyed. This is not for the sake of righteousness, nor is it to save the world. There is a reason why the realm of the gods must exist. It cannot fall. 8,000 years ago, when the astral temple appeared, countless worlds flocked to the realm of the gods. The order was broken again and again, and the sleeping ancient existences were disturbed. We could only run around, unable to intervene in the war. Now that you've touched the taboo, whether it's the Changyuan realm or the Saint Spirit realm, we have the leisure to overturn everything. Let the karmic fire of destruction become the light that burns your sinful bones. Boundless heavenly fire gathered in the sky to form a fiery vortex that covered the entire realm of the gods. Pillars of fire descended from the sky, burning everything in the world. Let all of this fall into slumber. Was it a dream? Or rather, it was a memory of the past. Recently, he recalled more and more things. Many memories that had been sleeping for a long time were added to his blank memory, causing his heart to be slightly confused. His heart trembled when he caught a glimpse of a person in his dream. That face, that aura, he could not forget it. He definitely could not forget it, and there was no mistaking it. Ju Yuan Pavilion. That girl, too. Yun Nuoxing's heart was in a mess. He couldn't help but sigh. He knew it. That girl seemed to be special to him for no reason at all. That was what he thought at the beginning. But now he understood that she was waiting for him. And the Ju Yuan Pavilion also existed because of that. What a scary memory. Who is she? Unfortunately, although he saw the girl's existence in Quarter Moon's memory, he could not recall who she was. He did not even know her name. Forget it. I'll go to the Ju Yuan Pavilion and ask her when I have the chance. With a long sigh, Yun Nuoxing slowly woke up. He opened his eyes. His blurry vision took 5 seconds to gradually focus. He rubbed his eyes and slowly sat up from the bed. Brother, you're awake? Do you feel better? An ethereal and soft voice came from beside him. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and saw Ming sitting on the edge of the bed with his wings spread. The golden Mei Mao stared straight at him. Her warm jade hand was holding his hand tightly. A sacred aura circulated around them. There was a faint sound around them. It sounded like holy music. The sunlight shone on her body and refracted on him, forming a thin layer of light screen. The 6-tailed cloud immortal fox stood on his head and lowered its head. Its big bright eyes were filled with concern. The 6 tails behind it swayed gently. This scene was very beautiful. Ming took out a soft pillow and placed it on the edge of the bed. He pressed his hands on Yun Nuoxing's shoulders and slowly leaned against him. He tidied up his messy long hair. Then he said softly, "Brother has been asleep for 5 days." 5 days. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He knew that he would sleep for a while if he completely released the restraints on the divine body. He estimated that he would only sleep for 1 or 2 days. He did not expect that it had already been 5 days. After a while he thought, "Where's little purple soul?" Little purple soul woke up on the first day. She's probably playing outside with you. And the others now, Ming Ming said softly. He sat down on the edge of the bed and turned to look at Yun Nuashing. He said softly, Brother's soul has the tendency to split after he fell asleep. Sister Zai and the others worked for a long time to suppress the splitting of his soul. Soul split? Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. Ming nodded. It's like a soul being split into two souls of the same size and shape. However, each soul only has half of the original composition. Is it that serious? Yun Nuashing scratched his head in confusion. He knew his limits. Releasing the restraints on the divine body and releasing all of its power consumed his mental energy and soul energy. His divinity had already been awakened. Even if he was suppressed in the 5-elemental realm to the level of a half-demon, it should not be this serious. It's actually not that serious. Ming shook his head. Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could it be? According to the 24 hours a day in the realm of the gods, you've already slept for 10 days. Yun Nuashing. Ming, you've learned bad things. Ming giggled when she heard that. She plunged into Yun Nuashing's arms and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. She rubbed her pretty face against Yun Nuashing's cheek. Yun Nuashing had a helpless smile on his face. He reached out and hugged his sister, who always liked to act like a spoiled child. He gently stroked her silver hair with one hand. Big brother, do you still remember the dark energy I told you about the other day? Ming's soft voice sounded beside his ear. She even blew a breath into his ear, causing him to shiver all over. Yun Nuashing's pretty face turned slightly red. He nodded and thought carefully. Then he said, Let me guess. You're not talking about the dark energy that erupted in this world, right? That's the power of the void beast? Ming nodded. I've been paying attention to it for the past few days. There's a very high probability that the energy eruption occurred on that planet, the planet that the void beast occupied as its main nest. Nothing special happened in this star field. Fan and the others also didn't notice any big movements. How did you sense it? Is the opposition of energy that serious? Yun Nuashing frowned. Although he asked this, he felt that Ming's senses should be correct. Something that could affect her should be related to the 8 elements realm. Currently, the only thing they knew was that fragment, unless there was something else from the 8 elements realm left in this 5 elements realm, and it was related to the dark energy that erupted recently. The possibility was almost zero. I don't know either. Ming shook her head. Don't think too much about it. Anyway, we should be able to confirm that the fragment is on that planet. We just have to hit it. Yun Nuashing patted Ming's head and smiled. Clang. Angel. Is that idiot still alive? It's almost time. Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open. A figure with wind under his feet rushed into the room with a majestic gait. He even carried a loud voice, causing the 2 people who were being intimate with each other to be stunned. The person who had rushed to the bed from the main door was also stunned. Seeing that the 2 of them were still in the same position, her pretty face blushed slightly for a second. Then, as if time was flowing backward, she abruptly retreated. You guys continue. I didn't see anything, everyone. Big news. That beastie actually. Before they even rushed out of the door, Chu Yingzhan's frantic cries rang out, as if she wanted the entire world to hear her voice. Ming Ming's charming face instantly darkened. She extended her jade-like hand and lightly snapped her slender, jade-like fingers. A strand of golden light broke out of her body and shot out of the door. 5 seconds later, Chu Yingzhan was tied up like a mummy in the corner of the room. At this time, Yun Nuashing and Ming had already separated. The latter stood in front of the former and glared at her angrily. His eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. "Yeah. Stop glaring. Stop glaring. I admit defeat. I came in at the wrong time. I shouldn't have rushed in. I should have at least waited for the two of you to finish being intimate before reporting back. That's right. Sigh, you guys are really something. Can't you just make a barrier? That way, everyone will know that the two of you are doing bad things inside. Idiot. Hera man, don't come over. That's a divine sword. A divine sword. It's going to kill me. Hearing Chu Yingzhan blabber on and on, Yun Nuashing was so angry that she took out the Netherworld Ruin sword. Ming had no choice but to use her divine power to seal her big tongue so that she wouldn't be sent flying by the furious Yun Nuashing. Tell me, what do you mean it's about time? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and waved her hand to let Ming restore her ability to speak. Then she sat down on the bed. Chu Yingzhan blinked and giggled. Your second clone and the Astrals were discussing how to break through the blockade of this region so that the Astrals could send reinforcements. Right now, our forces are weak and we have 12 planets. Oh, one of them was destroyed by you, so there's only 11 left. We can't clear them out one by one, can we? Furthermore, there's still a main camp out there, so you'll need some help to break through. As such, everyone came to the conclusion that we need Dumbo, Zero, and a few Astrals to work together to break through the blockade of this region. Yun Nuashing looked at her for a while with a dark expression. After a while, she saw Ming give her a reliable look. Then she nodded. That's true. Zero has lived for so long after all. Of course, he can see further than I can. My 70 eras are still fake. You are a soul leader after all. Your brain isn't important. Looking at how dumb you are, I know you don't have much. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Don't let go of the sword. Idiot, you can't do this. I've done my best for you. I've shed blood for you. You can't burn the bridge after crossing it. Clang! A book slammed onto Chu Yingzhan's head, causing her to cry out in pain. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and looked at Ming. She said in a strange tone, What strange thing did this crazy girl eat? She was fine 2 days ago. I don't know. Ming shook his head, puzzled. Ming sent out the message that Yun Nuashing had just woken up. Yun Nuashing immediately felt a lot of words pouring into her mind. Chu Yingzhan was right. Zero and the spirit race were already preparing. She was the only one left. The success rate is high. There shouldn't be a problem, but it's a little dangerous. Zero laughed quietly. What do you mean? The seal on this star field is maintained by the energy from the planet that the Void Beast used as its main nest. It's such a large barrier. Those guys don't have any intelligence. In other words, the barrier was formed automatically because of the large amount of energy gathered? Yun Nuashing thought of something and said aloud. Something like that. Zero nodded affirmatively and said, If you can understand, then the next step is easy. We plan to seal off the planet in a short period of time to cut off the transmission of that strange energy. Then we'll drill a few more holes in the barrier at the edge of the star field. Without the support of the energy, the barrier will dissipate very quickly. If we release the planet at this time, we won't be able to control the energy released accurately. The barrier won't be established again in a short period of time. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and said, You want me to suppress that planet, right? Yes, that's right. Zero smiled. You. Yun Nuashing jumped up in exasperation. Oh, don't worry. Ivan and the others will go over to help you. No matter what, they are the divine race of the 5 elements realm. They are stronger than you think, at least in the home field of the 5 elements realm. They are theoretically the strongest. Yun Nuashing calmly sat down and thought for a while. Then she nodded and said, Okay, but that planet is very big. I don't know if there are tens or hundreds of billions of void beasts on it. If all of them go on a rampage, I can't guarantee what will happen. I've thought about this. Theoretically speaking, if you don't actively attack the void beasts, they shouldn't be able to detect you. Can't you just make the seal a little bigger? After all, your various techniques rely on being big. Enveloping an entire planet with the help of the heavenly god's power of laws, I believe it won't be a problem for you, Zero said. Okay. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and said, If you say so, then so be it. I don't dare to refute. What strange thing did you eat? After ending the conversation, Yun Nuashing sighed faintly. The operation this time was going to be very big. Although it was a valuable move, according to the calculations, he would have to go all out again. Borrowing the power of the divine race's power of laws was a display of his full strength, and he would also have to completely seal a planet-sized space in that designated space. To be honest, it might be easier for him to move the planet away, but it would take a lot of effort to completely seal it off. Moreover, he would have to do it stealthily so that the void beast wouldn't sense the slightest bit of hostility. Big brother, will it be okay? Ming looked at Yun Nuashing worriedly. She could more or less guess what Yun Nuashing could think of. She knew it just by looking at Yun Nuashing's slightly strained expression. There will be some problems, but there's nothing I can do about it. This is related to me. I can't possibly rely on you all. Even if you can help me solve all the problems, I won't be able to do it myself. Seeing that Ming was about to say something, Yun Nuashing quickly stopped her from saying what she wanted to say. Ming was also speechless when he heard this. There was nothing he could say to refute this. Capable people do more work. This proves how outstanding you are, little nerd. Chu Yingzhan looked at him with a smile. She was still stuck in the corner of the room and couldn't move. I hate this sentence. Especially when I work too much. Moreover, every time I work, I have to sleep for 2 or 3 days. I feel uncomfortable all over. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and waved her hand to remove the restraints on Chu Yingzhan. She sighed and walked out of the room first. Let's go and see how we can solve this problem. It's been a while since we crossed realms. I miss the realm of the gods sometimes. Chapter 880. During the few days when Yun Nuashing was asleep, the Holy Kingdom had already settled down in the world of gray. It was not embedded in the ground, but simply floating in the air at the front line of the war. It looked down from a height of 10,000 feet, casting a large shadow that covered the mountains and forests. Looking down from the huge floating island, the first thing that came into view at the bottom was a magnificent fortress. Compared to the Bloodwing fortress, this fortress was even more heavily guarded. Yun Nuashing heard from Ivan that this was a mobile fortress. There were more than a dozen of them at the border, and each circle was shrinking the territory of the void beasts. Every time the fortress moved, it meant that there was one more clean place in gray. Moreover, there were many strong people in this world, each with a powerful aura. It was said that there was a 100-man group that was specially used to deal with the king-class void beasts. Oh, actually, it's just 100 soul warlock jobs. They're holding back a big move at the back. It's a spectacular sight. You guys have seen it quite a few times. That mother nest would throw a few king-level soul warlocks here every day. Without that bit of strength, Gray would have fallen long ago. Kroll Yong Quan chuckled. That's true. In my world, the king-class void beasts have only come out a few times. But every time they come out, the territory of the people will shrink step by step. But here you're fighting back. Ivan shook his head and sighed. In the entire Nanar galaxy, you have the strongest combat power here. I heard that you still have the strength to send reinforcements. Well, we've sent a few waves of reinforcements to Leviathan, but they couldn't get through. Once they got close to Leviathan, cracks would appear in the galaxy, and void beasts would be thrown out. It's like Leviathan would be the first to be destroyed by concentrated fire, Yun Nuashing continued. Yes, it's more or less like that. Kroll nodded in agreement. After all, Leviathan's combat strength is the weakest among the Nanar. Picking the soft persimmon to pinch, right? Brother, it's been hard on you. You can't believe that you could hold on for so many years without being breached. Kroll patted Ivan's shoulder emotionally. It was destroyed in the end. Although we had no choice but to destroy it. In the end, only this is left. Ivan pointed helplessly at the huge, floating island behind him. The current situation can be considered good. Kroll looked at the busy fortress below and said, "The battles on the other planets are about to end. Gray only has 2 places left that are the most difficult to clear. This blockade hasn't been moved for a long time. Every time we want to push forward, the strength of the Void Beast's counterattack is exceptionally strong. There was even one time when they directly sent out a total of 20 king-level monsters to force our advance back. 20. Ifan's cheeks twitched slightly. 5 great spiritual gods might be able to fight back if they joined forces. It was only because Gray had an exceptionally powerful joint attack that he was able to launch an attack that could kill a king general. The most he had seen was 6 king generals besieging him, and it had happened not long ago. How long is a period of time? Yun Nuashing felt that something was wrong. About 3 million years ago. Kroll scratched his head. I don't really remember. Everyone. 3 million years was considered a period of time. Only these Protoss with long lifespans that were simply eternal could say such a thing. Gray is a world that you once thought highly of and favored the most. You must have more confidence in your own people. Kroll patted Ivan's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry. Gray is a world that you once favored the most. Yun Nuashing was surprised. After asking a little, she found out that the entire Nanar was managed by Ivan. He had single-handedly created it and watched it grow with his own eyes. It was said that it was an extremely powerful world even in the void of the 5 elemental realms. In this world, Gray was one of the best, so it was even more not to be underestimated. The center of the Void Beast's gathering area, the center of the upper plane. It's not surprising that such a world could develop, Zero said in his soul. Zero whispered in his soul. I reckon that if it weren't for the Void Beast, they would have already become the rulers of this world. The blockade was supported by an extremely solid barrier of spiritual light. It was a long wall that could be connected into a circle. The golden wall was a wall that could be converted between physical and energy. It could be shortened at any time. As long as the battle progressed, this encirclement would slowly shrink along with the barrier of spiritual light. With such a tight defense line, not a single Void Beast could escape. Outside the blockade was a pitch-black land. 1,000 meters away from the blockade, the land turned from brown to black. It emitted the chaotic aura of the Void Beasts. A thick layer of black clouds that would never dissipate floated in the sky. Under the oppressive black clouds, the sky and earth were distorted. The light in space was also wavering. Looking from high up in the sky, the entire area seemed to be distorted by a mysterious force. The erosion is very serious. It will probably take a very long time for this land to be completely cleansed, Yun Nuashing muttered. Oh, that's not a problem. When the blockade shrinks, the divine power of the barrier of spiritual light will automatically sever the land that the Void Beasts have eroded. It will directly send the entire piece of land into the void to be destroyed. Then a new piece of land will be instantly replaced, Kroll said with a smile. So straightforward. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. This method of directly changing the land made him speechless. He was also a little envious. Not everyone could be like the Astrals. Their control of the world was so deep that it made people's hair stand on end. They could move a star with just a few words and actions. If it were him, he would have to release the power of a heavenly god and control it properly. Everyone let out a long sigh. The Astrals were a bunch of people who didn't know the rules. If it weren't for the fact that the Void Beasts were special, perhaps this Nanar wouldn't be a threat at all. Perhaps Ivan would be able to deal with it alone. Even with such a powerful force, we still can't take down that planet. Yun Nuashing asked as he raised his head and looked at the blue sky. His gaze seemed to pierce through the starry sky and saw the black planet. No, it's impossible. This has already been developed into a positional battle. We have the home field advantage, so of course we can advance step by step. However, According to what you said, that planet's land is surrounded by a barrier. There are tens of thousands of king-level warriors inside, and hundreds of billions of void beasts outside. Furthermore, this is their home field. Who knows if their power will be suppressed? We don't know much about that place. If we rush in rashly, we might suffer heavy casualties. Furthermore, if we can't reach the surface, we won't be able to establish a stronghold, and we won't be able to start a positional battle. Kroll shook his head. Yun Nuashing understood. Thus, they still had to break the barrier at the edge of Nanar, so that the request for reinforcements could be transmitted back to the spiritual realm. With the entire spiritual realm as backup, they might be able to find an opportunity to attack that planet. When do we move? Wait until it's dark. Ivan raised his head and looked at the sun. When it's dark, the void beasts will attack the blockade. At that time, the void beasts' attention will be diverted. Yin, you have to lock down the entire planet. This small amount of attacking forces will be transferred from the main nest. Even if it's only a fraction of a billion, it will still be of help. Speaking of which, the void beasts can sense that someone is approaching Leviathan. Can't they sense that someone is approaching their headquarters? Yuanqi asked. As soon as this question was asked, the air instantly froze. Everyone looked at each other in shock. That's right. I didn't even think of this problem. She nodded. Everyone was stunned. If the main nest goes berserk before Boss can rush over, it will directly become an encounter. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. If the army in the starry sky comes out in full force, it might become a decisive battle. Nightmare nodded. Everyone was still stunned. It's fine. I can run fast, so I'll go over first. You guys wait for orders in the star sector. There's no need to split up. Just work together and dig a huge hole. If I go over and cause the void beasts to go berserk, retreat. We'll come back and discuss the second method. If not, we'll act according to plan. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. Everyone sighed in relief and nodded. There was no other way at this point. Zero still had to discuss the shielding problem at the edge of the star sector with Ivan and the others. So he gathered together and muttered with a serious expression. Yuan Shi, Yaohua, Lin Shang, and the others were helping out. At this moment, they were also listening from the side and mentioning their own ideas. Among them, the area Yun Nuashing was in charge of was the easiest and also the most dangerous one. He just needed to recover his strength. Gray had a full 48 hours a day, and the daytime was as long as 32 hours. For everyone who was used to a 24-hour day, this was a bit unbearable. Even though they had already stayed here for 5 days, they habitually looked up at the sky. According to their own calculations, the sky should be dark by now. However, when they looked up, the sky was still bright, and the sun was hanging high in the sky. Is this the disadvantage of a world that is too big? Sure enough, the realm of the gods is a magical place. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. On the wall of the Bloodwing fortress, many of the powerhouses of the Leviathan world had been transferred to the mobile fortress below. At this time, the Bloodwing fortress seemed a bit empty. This was a special period of the Holy War, so they didn't have much time to reminisce about their world. Not many people stayed behind. Most of them were either people with lower combat strength or old people. There were no guards on the wall. Only Yun Nuashing stood on the wall alone. Her elbows were against the wall, and her back was leaning against the wall. She raised her head to look at the sky at a 45-degree angle. A cool breeze blew past, and her black trench coat and colorful hair swayed slightly. Her purple crystal earrings also made a slight tinkling sound. Her colorful eyes were slightly dazed, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, this dazed state slowly disappeared. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and took out a jade pendant from his waist. A large Xian character was engraved on the front of the jade pendant, and a beautiful Xian character was engraved on the back of the jade pendant. He had been keeping this jade pendant with him for a long time. During this period of time, he didn't know how many battles he had fought, but he still didn't let it get damaged. He was already used to refining it with his own power every day. Now the energy waves emitted from the jade pendant could be said to be a primary divine artifact. Yun Nuashing held the jade pendant in his hand and gently caressed it. He suddenly missed Xian. It had been more than half a month since they left. He didn't know if the Jieshu mysterious land was doing well, and if Xian was doing well. That chaotic place wasn't safer than here at all. Sometimes people were more dangerous than beasts, and he didn't feel safe leaving Xian in that dangerous place. Unfortunately, they left in a hurry, and he didn't find her at that time, so he didn't participate in this magical trip. When he went back, he would probably have to coax Xian a little. "Brother, the things we discussed over there have already." Ming's figure quietly appeared from the side. When he saw Yun Nuashing looking at the jade pendant in his hand, he couldn't help but be stunned. After thinking for a while, he understood. "Brother, you miss Sister Xian?" Yun Nuashing was startled by the sudden appearance of someone in front of him. When he saw that it was Ming, he let out a sigh of relief and nodded with a faint smile. "That girl was right. I've been by your side for too long, and I accidentally left for a period of time. I suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Back then, when Sister Yu-Yin left, it was the same. In the end, I don't know where Sister Yu-Yin went." Ming's Mei Mao's eyes flashed slightly. After a while, she smiled sweetly at him. She stood on her tiptoes and held his beautiful face with her jade hands. She gently rubbed it twice. "Brother, you still have us by your side, I know. I've been reminded like this a long time ago. I'm just a little emotional." Yun Nuashing reached out to touch her jade nose and nodded with a smile. Ming pursed her lips and turned around to lean into his embrace. They looked up at the sky together. Mei Mao's golden eyes were slightly dazed. After a while, she suddenly remembered something. Mei Mao's eyes lit up. "Speaking of which, brother, your birthday is coming up." Yun Nuashing. "Huh. That was 10 years ago. Didn't Sister Xian hold a birthday party for you? I've already remembered the time at that time. But brother, you don't even know it yourself. Now that I think about it, it's almost time in the realm of the gods." Ming said with a smile. "That I really don't know. In the years when you left, I didn't pay attention to when my birthday was. I don't even know when I was born. Only Xian knows that. Also, if they're going to celebrate my birthday, what year is it? 35 years old? 3 trillion years old? Or 70 trillion years old?" Yun Nuashing's expression became more and more strange. Ming was also stunned when he heard that. It was really hard to say. From the time he fell until today, he was roughly 35 years old. But if he were to include his past life, I suddenly feel so confused. Yun Nuashing and Ming sighed in unison. The two fell silent at the same time and just stood there quietly. Yun Nuashing leaned against the wall and hugged Ming, who was leaning against her. After looking up at the sky for a long time, the latter suddenly remembered something. She turned around and said, "Oh, right, brother, there's a slight change in the plan. I'll go with you to seal off that planet." Yun Nuashing was stunned at first, but quickly reacted and nodded. He had expected this. This brat was also a little follower, and she had her own reasons. Her divine power seemed to have a slight restraining effect on the void beasts. He estimated that if it weren't for Little Moon and you, not being able to find a suitable reason, they would have come over at this time. "Well, you have to be careful when the time comes. I'll open up a path in front, and you two support me from behind. If you feel that something is wrong, quickly retreat. Don't worry about me. I run faster than anyone else." Yun Nuashing said as she hugged Ming's wings. I know. My worrisome brother is like an old mother." Ming lowered his head and muttered, Nothing. After being blown by the wind on the city wall for a long time, the two of them decided to just sit down and look up at the sky. Perhaps it was because she felt very safe and comfortable in her brother's arms. Ming accidentally fell asleep. Her wings were pressed against Yun Nuashing's chest, causing his chest to feel a little stuffy. When she fell asleep, he carefully carried her horizontally and hugged her small waist to let her lean against his chest. His eyes looked at this face that made him feel that it was one of a kind, and he smiled. A moment later, he raised his head and looked up at the sky in a daze. However, he did not see that Ming Ming, who was in his arms, had quietly opened her beautiful golden eyes and glanced at him without batting an eyelid. She closed her eyes again and muttered something in her heart. The night slowly arrived amidst the anticipation, nervousness, and solemnity of countless people. The 32 hours of day had finally come to an end. There was no sign of dusk in the sky. One could see that the sky was gradually darkening, and then night came. At night in gray, the starry sky was especially strange. Other than a few bright spots of light and a few planets in Ninar, the rest of the starry sky was very distorted and strange. They were stretched into long strips, turned into rings, and twisted into ovals. The starry sky that one could see was especially chaotic. This was caused by the interference of the barrier at the edge of Ninar. At first, he did not pay attention to the starry sky. After all, he had only been here for less than 10 days, and half of the time he had been sleeping. "It's almost time," Yun Nuashing murmured and gently shook the sleeping angel in his arms. "Little girl, wake up. Get ready to move." The golden Mei Mao opened her eyes the moment he finished speaking. Yun Nuashing was stunned. So this little girl was not asleep? However, he felt that this little girl's spiritual power was stable and had a weak fluctuation. She should be asleep. However, he did not think too much about it. He probably could not think too much about it. Yes, when the cherry lips pressed against his head was already burning. Moreover, she had even used a gentle choke that was specially made for him. In fact, his neck was held by 2 arms, and he could not struggle at all. The kiss of an angel can bring good luck to people. Ming looked at Yun Nuashing with a blush on her pretty face and said with a smile, "You little girl." Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. In his memory, this had already happened countless times. Chapter 881. This was the first time Yun Nuashing had seen the humans of this world use their own power to rush into the starry sky. The golden path was like a dazzling golden light curtain that fell from the sky, dispersing the darkness of the night. It was as if the gates of heaven had opened, leading everyone to that sacred place. The sky path, This is a special spiritual technique that the children have comprehended on their own to cross over to another world. This time, we will also bring some of the strongest children with us. We will try our best to make the hole in the barrier as big as possible. Ivan watched from the side with a smile, as he watched the strong people from Gray working on the golden light curtain. He could not hide the love in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at his children's father. He was very fond of these lives that he had created with his own hands. This was also the common mentality of the spirit race. They loved the lives that they created. Although there might be some people with evil intentions among them, the latter were only treated as naughty children that needed to be disciplined. Yun Nuashing pressed down her colorful hair that was being blown by the wind and looked up at the golden light curtain. She could not help but exclaim, "Gorgeous! And it's to my liking." After he finished speaking, he turned around to take a look. In the end, he saw Ming Ming and little Moonyu are arguing. Bing was anxiously trying to calm them down. Instantly, he was stunned. What was going on? Before he could go over to calm them down, Ming seemed to be muttering something over there. Little Moon and Yu immediately hung their heads in dejection. Mei Mao looked at him with a wronged expression. This made him confused. These 3 brats. Brat, what's the matter? Yun Nuashing could not help but ask when she saw Ming jumping over excitedly. It's nothing. Big brother, let's get ready to go. Ming smiled and waved her hand. She subconsciously held his hand and smiled sweetly at him. Yun Nuashing was puzzled. When she turned around and saw little Moon and Yu, she looked even more resentful. If they had not been divided into teams, they would have rushed over at the speed of light. "Are you ready?" "If you're ready, let's move out," Zero asked as he turned around to look at everyone. Just as everyone was about to respond with a spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers, a golden light flashed before their eyes. 2 seconds later, their vision stabilized, and what appeared before them was a pitch-black starry sky filled with strange and variegated starlight. Beside them was a gigantic barrier of spiritual light that flickered with specks of golden particles. Within this barrier, they could even feel the existence of air. You didn't even give him time to respond. Yun Nuashing glanced at Zero and sighed. "Time is money, my friend. If you continue chatting, it won't just be a matter of a moment or two." Zero placed her hands on her hips and said something that no one could refute. After arriving at the starry sky through the Sky Vault Avenue, Yun Nuashing turned around to look at Gray. Before they arrived, the battle at the blockade had also begun at the same time. This trip had taken away most of the combat power, and the remaining people would not have much of a problem guarding the blockade. This time they only had to defend and wait for a group of special operations people to achieve the results of the battle. Yun Nuashing looked at the black fog that filled the sky. With just one glance, he could see the wave-like waves of void beasts surging on the ground. Among them, even the junior generals were reduced to ordinary combat power, and the generals were reduced to ordinary team leaders. There were even a few king generals following behind them. This was indeed the first time Yun Nuashing and the others had seen such a force after coming to this world. However, they did not have to worry. The human race and spirit race experts in the mobile fortress were also performing their respective duties, charging forward to fight, shooting arrows from afar, and waiting at the back for a big move. They were already used to it as if it was a daily activity. When Yun Nuashing saw King General's collapse in a ball of super-concentrated energy, he could not help but sigh. As expected of the most powerful planet in the world of Nanar, he could also release the energy gathered by hundreds of people. However, he would need to hold it for a while, and after that he might be exhausted. You alone are equivalent to the combat power of a few super organizations. Be content. Can't you leave us some face?" Hearing Yun Nuashing sigh, Yuan Shi and the others could not help but roll their eyes. Did this guy think that this combat power was not enough? How strong did he want it to be? Yun Nuashing laughed awkwardly and continued to stare below. The king generals on the ground shrunk their huge bodies in just a few breaths. Just as they shrunk to the size of one person, another huge ball of energy rushed over from the horizon and blew them up. It only took 2 hits to deal with the king generals. However, Yun Nuashing observed very carefully. They did not kill the king generals. After the king generals suffered irrecoverable injuries, a space crack would open beside them, and they would disappear after entering it. Seems like it's not that easy to deal with them. Yun Nuashing looked at this scene in astonishment. It's very difficult to kill king generals, unless it's a fatal blow. Like this, if they are only heavily injured, they will return to the main nest through the space crack. After a while, they will come out again. Kroll shrugged helplessly. The king generals' humanoid bodies were transformed from experts who died on the battlefield in recent years. Their shattered souls were eaten by void beasts and sent back to the main nest, where they were formed into a new body. I heard that Team 3's captain, Tualu, has also become a king general. If we meet him in the future, I will think of a way to save him. If I can't save him, I will make him fall on the battlefield like a warrior. Yun's attack back then might have really killed 6 king generals, but the price to pay for that kind of attack is too high. We don't expect to be able to kill king generals every time. They sent out 5, and we only need to kill 1, Yifan said. In the past few days, he had also assisted in many battles. Gradually, he had become numb to the appearance of king generals. He was no longer as shocked as when he saw king generals in Leviathan. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing could only roll his eyes. What else could he say? After throwing out that attack, he slept for 8 to 10 days. After that, he even felt the feeling of his soul splitting that Ming had told him about. Simply put, it was like his consciousness was divided into 2 parts. 2 parts of his consciousness were divided into 2 parts, and his thoughts were divided into 2 parts. One part was extreme, and the other part was normal. He even saw 2 parts in his vision. He did not want to experience this feeling again. If there was nothing else, it would be better for him not to release the divine body of received spirit in the future. Moreover, he probably would not have the opportunity to release it. Releasing the divine body of received spirit had to be fixed. When he returned to the realm of the gods, no one would give him the opportunity to release it, unless he was protected by a group of people. According to their previous agreement, everyone first came to a huge rock 1 billion kilometers away. This journey was so fast that everyone felt it was unbelievable. Kroll snapped his fingers, and everyone found themselves standing on this huge rock. The spirit race's ability to change the laws of the world is really enviable. Yun Nuashing glanced at Yifan and the others and sighed faintly. If he wanted to travel this distance, it would only take him a moment to teleport. As far as his vision could see, as long as he had enough spatial energy, he could teleport to his destination. However, Yifan and the others could directly change their location without consuming any energy. This was a place very close to the main nest. In the empty star field, there was only a huge rock floating here. In front of everyone, a huge planet appeared. Black clouds were moving at high speed on the planet. The black fog floated out from the planet like clouds. The chaotic energy seemed to be disrupting the time and space around the planet. Even from a distance, everyone could smell the chaotic energy leaking from the planet. That slowly rotating planet had a uniform black surface. Those were void beasts, a dense crowd of void beasts. That black planet occupied a large part of their line of sight, but there was still a long distance between everyone and it. It wasn't enough for them to launch an attack. Of course, this was for ordinary people. For Yun Nuashing, this distance was only medium to long. If he wanted to launch an attack, he could still land on the planet. I feel like last night's meal is churning in my stomach. Nightmare's face turned green. At this distance, even without using the Book of Epics, they could clearly see what was on that black object. It was a dense crowd of void beasts squirming on it. If a void beast was compared to a drop of water, that planet would have been drowned by a black ocean. I'm a little hungry. Yuan, she rubbed his stomach. Everyone. Can you not say something so scary? Zero tilted his head, helplessly, and looked at Yun Nuashing. The latter had his arms crossed and looked solemnly at the huge planet in the distance that was constantly rotating in the distorted, black, starry sky. He frowned from time to time and looked troubled. Zero couldn't help but reach out and pat his shoulder. Are you nervous? Are you ready? Yun Nuashing. I haven't thought of anything that can seal an entire planet. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They silently looked at the huge black planet. The size of the planet's halo was more than 1,000 times that of Gray and Leviathan. Its huge size gave Yun Nuashing a headache. It's very difficult. There's a limit to the range of a magic formation. A barrier magic formation that covers such a large area. Yun Nuashing pondered and opened the magic formation book. He then used the Book of Epics and sighed bitterly. That thing has a diameter of 1,000,000 miles. Probably the limit of a 6th grade god-level magic formation is that big. I haven't tried to expand a magic formation to such a large extent. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while and flipped through the magic formation book. He sighed softly. Anyway, let's go and take a look first. If the situation permits, I'll directly set up the barrier. The moment it's sealed, you guys can drill through the edge of Nanar. I'm worried that something will happen if we maintain it for too long. Everyone nodded and looked at each other. According to what they had discussed earlier, The 5 members of Yi Fan's team stepped forward and walked to Yun Nuashing's side. Yi Shi and Ming also walked to Yun Nuashing's side. The former could help him with the magic formation, while the latter's divine power had a weak, suppressive effect on the void beast. It could be used to deal with emergencies. No one had much to say about this. Be careful. If you can't do it, retreat. Qin Yan looked straight at Yun Nuashing and said softly. Yun Nuashing nodded and looked at Bing Air and Little Moon. He smiled and waved his hand. He lifted his foot and stomped lightly. A blue teleportation formation appeared around him. In a flash, they disappeared from where they were. Everyone saw that they had already moved. Their expressions became slightly serious. Kroll, Zero, and the others stretched their bodies and entered a state of battle readiness. The others also spread out. The large team that they brought also stood according to their formation. They were vigilant of the situation around them. Their eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Their bodies swayed slightly. Their feet left the ground, and a sense of weightlessness followed. Their vision wavered for a while. When they opened their eyes again, they subconsciously opened a barrier to isolate themselves from the influence of the starry sky. They focused slightly. They did not even need to look around to find their target. That black giant star seemed to be right in front of them, occupying their entire line of sight. Looking down from above, they could already see the dense swarm of void beasts wriggling below with their eyes alone. The entire surface of the planet was covered in a layer of high-speed black hurricane that spun madly around the entire planet. Occasionally, 1 or 2 void beasts would be accidentally separated from the swarm and would be blown to the horizon within a second before disappearing from sight. That black aura assaulted their faces, causing Ivan and the others to frown slightly. Ugh, it's giving off a crazy and chaotic stench. My stomach is about to flip over. It's disgusting. On Qian's melancholy handsome face, 2 green veins popped out. His cheeks twitched. Yin, when can we do it? This place is too disgusting. Let's hurry up and finish it. Let's leave quickly. Don't rush us. It's such a big planet. Without a divine title, it will be very difficult for us to seal it off. Give Yin some time. Yi Fan knocked on his head. As for Yun Nuashing, he was still busy flipping through the formation book. In fact, flipping through the book was useless. His soul and mind were immersed in the huge sea of runes and arrays in the book. Flipping through the book was just a subconscious action. He was looking for a suitable formation. The formations that were cast through the formation book were random. Other than ensuring that the formation's attack, defense, and grade was sufficient, the rest was uncertain. He could use his willpower to change these, but Yun Nuashing had the spiritual godly body. After a long period of connection, he could take the initiative to extract the formations from the formation book. It was equivalent to millions of secret techniques, formations, and runes in the book falling into his precise control. However, the number of formations was a little too large. It was not easy to find a suitable formation. As for the range of the formation, he was not worried at all. The formation book was filled with extremely high-grade formations. He was only worried about how to cast the formation in such a large range. No one would be so bored as to expand the formation to its limit. Under normal circumstances, a formation of this grade would be in its normal state. It was already enough. Now he wanted to expand it to 1,000,000 miles. It was possible to use the formation book's external energy circuit. He just needed to inject some energy to maintain the formation for a period of time. Without the external energy circuit, he could maintain the formation for about 10 minutes. Seeing a formation that slightly tempted him, Yun Nuashing's fingers paused while flipping through the formation book. He pondered for a moment and passed the book to Yi Shi. He pointed at this area and said, "Little Shi, take a look. Is this suitable? I can't make a decision in this situation." Yi Shi quickly glanced at it. After a moment of silence, she softly said, "It involves the power of rules. It can freeze the energy of an entire area from the level of rules. This should affect those void beasts, right? It shouldn't. Ivan, who had been listening to them all this while, shook his head. It shouldn't affect the void beasts if it's just freezing and dispelling the energy. In the past, when we were in Leviathan, we once touched a nest. They didn't react at all, even after we used all sorts of auroras to weaken them. However, if we showed any intention to attack and rushed up to them with great power, the entire nest would go crazy. Then let's do this. Yun Nuashing nodded. He turned to look at the others and said, "Later, help me share some of the burden. Inject your energy into this book. I will maintain the formation of the formation. Once you feel that their energy has stopped leaking, send a signal to Zero, Kroll, and the others to break the formation." Everyone nodded solemnly and focused. If they made a mistake in this kind of work, it would be very difficult to clean up the mess. They had no choice but to be serious. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and opened the formation book. Recalling the runic formation that she had just seen, she nodded and abruptly opened her eyes. The formation book slammed shut with a bang. Her body glowed with colorful energy. The power of stars flowed rapidly within her body, endlessly instilling it into the formation book. After a moment, a soft shout rang out from the bottom of her heart. Void formation barrier. As the soft shout rang out, purple-black energy, runes hundreds of thousands of feet long, suddenly surged out from the star field. Each rune was placed end to end, and the distance between them was less than 1,000 feet. They constantly appeared and connected in the sky like a purple-black rope that rapidly extended. At the same time, for other soft purple-black rune ropes wildly extended from the side. Ivan, Ming, and the others had all worked together to inject their energy into the formation book. The rune rope's speed of extension increased by several times. In the end, the 5 rune ropes were like chains encircling the entire planet and sealing it within. The purple-black rune chains wrapped around the entire planet. 2 of the 5 chains intersected and spun around the entire planet at high speed. The purple-black energy condensed into a faint purple-black barrier around the rune chains, gradually becoming more and more solid. The moment the transparent purple-black barrier appeared, Ivan instantly sensed that the uncomfortable chaotic aura had weakened by several times. He immediately yelled in the spirit's mind, "Attack!" Kroll, Zero, and the others who were far away had already seen the 5 thin chains spinning wildly around the entire planet. The aura had also weakened a lot in an instant. Without needing Ivan's reminder, Kroll led everyone to the edge of Nanar. As soon as Ivan's voice trailed off, hundreds and thousands of attacks had already gathered in a frenzy. At the edge, everyone thought that they would see a thick barrier, or at the very least, some kind of solid barrier. However, what they saw was actually a thin, extremely thin layer of black mist that enveloped the entire Nanar. Countless rays of starlight passed through this thin layer of mist and turned into distorted starlight. It was this layer that cut off all connections between this star field and the outside world. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but it was only for an instant. The next moment, everyone roared in unison. Torrents of energy and strangely shaped attacks rushed out in all directions, falling on the thin layer of clouds like heavy raindrops. The layer of clouds that blocked everything was so weak that it could not even withstand a single blow. Just the slightly larger energy fluctuations disturbed it, causing it to dissipate in the starry sky. "Quick! Tear it! Tear a hole in the barrier!" Zero roared, and the time vortex in front of him surged and expanded. Within a few breaths, it had become a golden vortex tens of thousands of feet wide. Then he grabbed the vortex and rushed in a certain direction. When the golden time vortex came into contact with the black clouds, it would completely devour them. Large areas returned to normal. Everyone could see the normal starlight in the space that had leaked out. It was no longer twisted and circular. Instead, it was a little bit of brilliant starlight. "Send the signal." Kroll yelled. The spirit unique to the spirit race had already been released from the hole. He held a golden ring in his hand, and every time he swung it, the space tens of thousands of feet wide would be cleansed. The people of the spirit race had already used all their strength to send messages to the stars outside. They were also waving their divine weapons or fighting barehanded. Without any backup, the thin layer of mist could be easily torn apart. The combined efforts of hundreds of people tore a hole in this place. It was as if the mist was slowly dissipating from the center. The hole expanded to a diameter of thousands of miles in 1 minute. This hole was only an insignificant grain of rice compared to the area that encompassed the entire Nanar. It was far from collapsing because it could no longer sustain itself at this moment. Dazzling rays of golden starlight descended from the stars, filling everyone's vision. Chapter 882. That day, the friends of the gods sealed the main nest with one hand, and the gods tore the sky apart. Billions of rays of light fell from the sky, and the endless golden light created a magnificent golden path that led from the edge of the universe to gray. The gods descended from outer space and sprinkled their holy golden light along the way, dyeing the entire world golden. The starlight lit up the galaxy, and Nanar washed away the black filth it had been tainted with. From then on, the horn of a counterattack was sounded, and then, what happened after the gods descended? And then what? The gods only descended last night. Didn't the horn just sound just now? It would take some time for the counterattack to happen. Tisk! On the street, a middle-aged man was surrounded by a group of baby-headed children. He was explaining the historical scene that happened last night to them. Even the onlookers pricked up their ears with great interest. Not everyone had seen such a brilliant scene last night. Endless golden light? That's a little exaggerated. Yuan Shi and the others walked past quickly. They were so engrossed in the story that they did not notice the friends of the gods strolling past them. When Yuan Shi and the others heard this, they could not help but sigh. The god style was really intimidating. They had watched the whole thing last night, and there was not the slightest accident. Yun Nuashing and the others sealed the main nest, and Zero worked with them to get rid of the thin layer of fog at the edge of Nanar. They sent a spiritual message to the spirit realm, and the army of the spirit race appeared in a minute. Before this, the spirit race had been paying attention to this place for tens of millions of years, but they could not find the specific location. They could not find this place, even if they wanted to. When everyone worked together to remove the shield at the edge, and the moment the signal was sent back, the dangerous battle formation that had been prepared for tens of millions of years came out in full force. They really did come out in full force. The 120 echelons all came, including the 5 great spiritual gods and the legendary lord of the spirit realm that even Ivan and the others had never seen before. It was said that the lord of the spirit realm had not appeared in the spirit realm for 100 million years. He had only hurried over from some corner of the world today, and it was about time for him to come. Zero had confirmed that the shield was formed by the power of the beast of the void. After the main nest was sealed, the shield went out of control. Now that there was a big hole in it, there was no possibility of it being restored. After all, it was formed naturally without anyone's control. The shield had been completely removed by the joint efforts of the gods. If there were no accidents, the next time it would be formed should be tens of millions of years later, assuming that the planet was still there by then. The descent of the gods involved the faith of the people of the Grim World. The god they believed in was Ivan, and they had known about the existence of the gods many years ago. At this time, Ivan was busy explaining the gods of the spiritual world to his people, so it was not too troublesome. He just informed his pope, and then asked the Pope to gather all the priests and believers to make an announcement. After that, everything was fine. However, the people who watched the whole process last night would proudly tell others about the brilliant scene. The infinite golden light was, in fact, a large-scale teleportation spell of a group of gods of the Ling tribe. After this incident, Yun Nuashing did not disappoint. Oh, she did not faint. This time, It did not seem to be too big. With the power of several people, she cast the void barrier that could not exert the power of a ninth-grade divine rank. Except for the power being suppressed to the limit of the 5 elemental realms, its size easily expanded. After that, everyone was surprised. This guy who always made a lot of noise when he went on stage and left very quickly actually withstood it this time. Then Nightmare and Yuan Shi, who were surprised, were beaten up. As for Yun Nuashing and the others, they were probably discussing something in the meeting room of the mobile fortress. They could not stand the serious atmosphere, so they sneaked out first. After that, they did not forget to leave a message in their souls. Call us if there's a fight. It's not very good for us to just leave Brother Yun and the others there, right? Lin Xing frowned and looked at Yi Qinglian beside him. He could not help but say, "We don't want to join in the fun of that kind of high-end meeting. We don't know what to say if we join in the fun. We don't even know the slightest bit of information." Shui Lingfeng waved her hand casually. Lingfeng is right. Sneaking away is the right way. As a divine son or divine daughter, you have to be talented in sneaking away. Otherwise, the adults in your family will take you everywhere to participate in those boring and two-faced gatherings all day long, Yao Hua said with emotion. Is this why you were grounded for a month last time? Jining glanced at him. Well, Yao Hua looked embarrassed. In the church of the first mobile fortress of the spirit tribe's blockade. As for why it was a church, according to Ivan, they all descended from the church. Then, a large group of people gathered here. Although it was a large group, in reality it was only Ivan, Kroll, the 5 spirit tribe's great spiritual gods, Yun Nuashing and Zero, who stayed behind. Ming and the other girls sat on chairs a few meters away obediently, so quiet that they did not disturb these people's meeting. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the 5 spirit tribes' great spiritual gods. There were 3 young men and 2 young women. Their appearances were no different from ordinary people. The 5 men were handsome and the women were beautiful. Just their 5 faces alone could charm a group of people to death. They also had the special effect of the spirit tribe. Their bodies emitted a golden light, and the 2 women's silver hair was so long that it almost reached their ankles. To be honest, before seeing these 5 people, Yun Nuashing had a good imagination. He did not expect that these 5 people looked no different from ordinary people. Apart from being particularly handsome, the one thing that was very similar to ordinary people was that they thought he was a woman. In an instant, he felt that the world was a little gloomy. At this time, these spirit race people were sitting on long chairs and chatting. Yun Nuashing and Zero were sitting on the side, looking at the ceiling of the church in a daze. Ivan and the others were reporting the events of the past tens of millions of years. The great spiritual god was 1 or 2 ranks higher than them. As for the 2 of them and the great spiritual god, they didn't have anything to talk about. In detail, they were discussing the various crusades that the void beasts would carry out in the following period of time. In passing, they talked about how to attack the main nest. In crudely speaking, they talked about how to kill it. In passing, they were also waiting for the arrival of the spirit realm's lord. As for why they were waiting here, because I'm bored. Anyway, lying down is just lying down. I'm still recovering. Now is not the time to fight the void beasts to the death. No matter what we do, we're just waiting for the right time. Waiting for someone is also something that we can do in passing. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. He's almost the lord of the 5 elements realms. The leader of the celestial race in the 5 elements realms should be considered as such. I'm a little curious about the highest combat power in the 5 elements realms. I feel that if you're here, the title of the strongest person should be shifted. Everyone was speechless. How bored was this guy? In the empty church, a group of people was talking in low voices. 2 people were simultaneously raising their heads in a daze. There was also a small group of people looking at one of the people in a daze. This continued for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, a weak fluctuation came from the space, sprinkling some golden light in the church. At the very front of the church, a spatial crack slowly opened. Then a figure slowly emerged from it. Yun Nuashing imagined what the leader of the divine race would look like. Eternal lifespan and whatnot were basic requirements. Next would be a hale and hearty old man with a head full of white hair and a beard that hung down to his waist, making people suspect that the beard was his real body. Or perhaps he would look very dignified, but there was only peace between his eyebrows, and his eyes looked like they had seen the vicissitudes of the world. A young man about 25 years old emerged from the spatial crack. He wore ordinary white clothes and a transparent cloak hanging behind him. He had short black hair and a tall and thin figure. He could not be called powerful or dignified. His appearance could only be considered handsome among the Eldar gods, who had a lot of handsome men and beautiful women. His black eyes slowly moved in the church. His mouth maintained a warm smile as he emerged from the spatial crack. After a while, he fixed his gaze on Ivan and the others. His black eyes were like Yun Nuashing expected. There was a faint brilliance flowing in them, but there was no sense of vicissitudes. They were very peaceful. If he was in a gathering and did not speak for 10 minutes, he would be ignored. Master. Seeing this ordinary-looking young man, Ivan and the others did not hesitate to bow and salute him. The young man smiled and nodded at them. He raised his head, and his gaze penetrated countless distances to see the starry sky. Is this the world you were talking about? I finally found it. He then took a light breath, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, indeed. A very chaotic and violent power, and it's not a creature born in the void. It could be a mutation, or it could be… let's not talk about that for now. This chaotic power has spread throughout this world, and the power of the divine title has been completely sealed. That's pretty impressive. I've never seen an energy that could seal the power of the divine title so thoroughly in my life. Master, about this world. Among the 5 great spiritual gods, the young man who had maintained a rather serious expression all this time spoke softly. He was about to say something when he was interrupted by the young man's soft exclamation. As soon as the lord of the spiritual realm appeared, he scanned the world. Then his gaze fixed on Yun Nuashing and the others who were in a daze. Finally, he stared straight at Yun Nuashing and Zero and said with a smile, "Let me guess, you should not be from the void. I have sensed a strange aura on you before." As soon as he said that, Ivan and the others were shocked. Yun Nuashing and Zero immediately came to their senses and looked at each other in astonishment. They blinked and slowly stood up. The latter smiled faintly. "It seems that you have seen people from other voids?" "Haha, that was a long time ago, about 16 trillion years ago. At that time, I was playing in the depths of the void and saw a person fall from the starry sky. He was severely injured, and it was an injury that I could not heal with my power. It was very difficult for me to wake him up. That person kept saying very strange things, crossing realms, 5 elemental realms, crossing over the wrong place, this void world, and so on. At first, I thought he was talking nonsense." The lord of the spiritual realm smiled as he recalled. He could not help but look at Yun Nuashing and Zero. After a long while he said, "It was only when I sensed the power in him that I could not recognize or understand that I raised a guess about the other void worlds for the first time." Hearing those unique terms, Yun Nuashing did not think much of it. Instead, it was Zero who frowned and said softly in their souls, "There's a 90% chance that he is a god from the 8 elemental realms. When it comes to crossing realms, if it really happens, they will not cross realms in reverse. They will only cross realms to a higher realm. And the people from the other realms do not have the same understanding as the elemental realms. They will only think that they have come to a more powerful realm. Only the people from the 8 elemental realms know the truth about the entire great elemental realm. Even the term elemental realm is spread from the realm of the gods. As for who exactly spread it, other than the first-generation celestial gods, who else can say? Therefore, to be able to accurately say the term 5 elemental realms, even if that person is not from the realm of the gods, He or she must have come from the 8 elemental realms. Yun Nuashing nodded. The people from the other elemental realms probably found it difficult to even understand how big their own world was. From the world he learned about in the Book of Epics, countless people thought that their world was already very vast. In fact, it was just a planet. Looking at it from a higher perspective, when they were able to cast their gaze into the starry sky, they thought that the starry sky was the entire world. Later on, someone discovered that there was more than one world. Following that, they discovered that the void and the countless worlds in the void, and then there was no more. Until their deaths, they did not discover anything higher than the void. Therefore, they felt that this time it was the entire world. In the end, they were just wandering around in the elemental realm and would never discover the secret of the great elemental realm. According to Zero, this was a secret that only the people from the 8 elemental realms were qualified to know. Only the people from the 8 elemental realms could control the secret. All right. You're quite lucky. Very lucky. Not to say that you've used up trillions of years of luck, but it's close. Zero scratched his head in distress. They did not intend to make this matter public. Long story short, it's been a long and arduous journey. Are you tired? Oh, I'm not tired. My old bones are still strong. Can you tell me about your origins? Although I don't think it's something I should know, I'm still very curious. The Lord of the Spirit Realm asked with a chuckle. Yun Nuashing could tell that he was very careful and cautious. Even Ivan and the others beside him were tense. Well, it's fine to talk about it. Whether you know about it or not won't affect your lives. To put it bluntly, even if you know about it, it won't change anything. Zero shrugged, cleared his throat with a dry cough, and said quietly, "This world," Zero told them about the great Yuan realm very seriously. During this time, Yun Nuashing sat down and almost dozed off. He had heard about this matter countless times. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Spiritual Realm, Ivan, and the others maintained a focused expression throughout the entire process. From time to time, they would reveal a thoughtful and solemn expression. For a group of people who had lived for countless years, these matters were not difficult to understand. It was equivalent to a witness telling them the truth of the matter. It was just that the impact of this truth was not small, so they had no choice but to treat it seriously. They had never sensed a second void world, and such a feeling did not exist. So, that thing that caused so much chaos in your world was thrown out from our world, and more or less has something to do with us. You won't beat us up if I tell you, will you? Zero looked at Ivan. He had explained everything clearly just now, including the purpose of them being outsiders. In response, Ivan laughed dryly and quickly waved his hand. It's not your fault, isn't it? We won't simply blame others. You didn't want to see that fragment floating out either. You didn't instigate it either, and you're doing your best to salvage the situation. There's no blame to speak of. That's good. I thought I'd be cut into pieces if I told you. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief at that, and waved his hand awkwardly when he saw the weird looks on Ivan and the others' faces. Our world is very chaotic. Trivial matters can escalate into a war between countless people, and it only takes a single thought for a grudge to turn into a war. Things like this, letting such a dangerous thing wander into someone else's territory, and if it causes any serious consequences, and if they know who this thing is related to, the next second would be to pick up weapons and smash the place. Even if no one was wrong in the middle, there would still be a fight. The one with the bigger fist is right, and there's nothing you can do except fight until you die. Well, that's why we're used to dealing with things like this. That's why when we came here and saw Nanar being messed up by the power of the fragment, we actually felt a little guilty. We wanted to deal with it quietly and leave quietly or something. Zero shrugged. That's really chaotic. Ivan had a weird look on his face. The Lord of the Spiritual Realm smiled and said, "Children, you're not unreasonable people. This matter didn't happen because of your subjective factors. At most, it's an accidental disaster, right? Yun Nuashing and Zero quickly nodded. They only found out about this matter not too long ago. The former had slept leisurely for dozens of eras, while the latter had lived for dozens of eras in a daze. Neither of them knew what happened to this place, not even tens of millions of years ago. If they hadn't opened the door not too long ago and discovered that the thing was missing, perhaps the matter would have been delayed for a while. Isn't that the matter? The Lord of the spiritual realm smiled kindly. My name is Hwain. Let those small matters fade away. Right now, it's more important for us to deal with things that can be seen. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile. The Lord of the spiritual realm had a good personality. If this was the realm of the gods, he would have probably fought with another faction until his head bled. Chapter 883. That's why you were seen through so easily. After an important meeting, Havana and the others still had important things to discuss in the church. Yun Nuashing and the others didn't seem to be able to get a word in. They didn't understand what the astrals were talking about, so they greeted them and said, "Call us if you want to fight." They rushed out faster than anyone else, and then slipped out. Havana and the others solemnly sent them out, and then began to discuss the next battle. The group of people who slipped out quickly found Yuan Shi and the others who were resting in a golden forest. The group of people sat on the grass, or sat on the trees, or leaned against the tree trunks to sleep. Although they did not go to see the spirit realm lord, they had been listening to the conversation of Yun Nuashing and the others in their souls. Seeing them come out of the forest and sit down in the open space in the forest, Yuan she could not help but tease, with a mischievous smile on his handsome face. After all, he's the most powerful being in the 5 elemental realms and has lived for 16 trillion years. It's okay for him to be a little sharp-eyed. Yin Nuashing shrugged and pulled Ming and the others to sit down. Our presence has been tainted with the scent of the 5 elemental realms. The aura of the 8 elemental realms won't affect us, but we didn't try to hide our different presences. No one thought that the Lord of the spiritual realm would see through us. Look, Ivan didn't see through us at the beginning. An old guy who is 16 trillion years old. That's understandable. Yuan, she nodded in realization. Yun Nuashing and Zero felt a stab in their hearts when they heard the word old guy. Havana was 16 trillion years old and was called an old guy. One of them was 70 trillion years old, and the other was really close to 70 trillion years old. Everyone was taken aback when they saw the 2 men's faces turn from black to white. Then they understood what was going on. Thus they shut their mouths. However, when they saw Mo Yen open his mouth, they all cried out miserably in their hearts. Hey, boss, you've reincarnated for 70 eras. Doesn't that mean you're 70 trillion years old? Counting the age of that heavenly deity, he should be around 80 trillion years old, right? Mo Yen let out an extremely loud cry of alarm. Everyone turned pale with fright as they scrambled in all directions. Retreat. Huh. Yuan, she was stimulated to the limit by the danger of life and death. He rolled several 100 meters away. Boom! Almost at the same time as everyone crawled away, an earth-shattering explosion sounded at the same time. Everyone was still in shock as they turned around, only to see a figure screaming miserably as he rushed into the sky, leaving behind a huge crater that was more than 100 feet deep in the ground of the golden forest. What did you say just now? Yun Nuashing had a sweet and gentle smile on her face as she looked at everyone with incomparable beauty. If not for the black patch on her forehead and the 2 bulging veins on her temples, her face would have looked so beautiful that it could make people infatuated. Unfortunately, her forehead was black and shiny, as if it was about to rain, scaring everyone to the point that they shook their heads and pretended not to hear anything. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and said, I'm only 35 years old. I'm not that old. Really, everyone's cheeks twitched. He was lying to them. He was definitely lying to them. If he got his memories back one day, he would definitely not say that. Moreover, he would occasionally act like he had gone through a lot. These were things that could not be said. The person who said it had already become a hero and rushed into the sky. Everyone chose to observe a second of silence before they gathered together calmly. After Yun Nuashing sent Nightmare flying, she sat quietly under a tree with her arms wrapped around her knees. She looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and was slightly lost in thought. Yor and Mei Mao had a mischievous look on their faces. Like a child, they picked up the golden leaves scattered around them and quietly ran to Yun Nuashing's side. Then they shouted, "Brother Yin." When Yun Nuashing turned around in a daze, she sprinkled the golden leaves all over him. It would have been fine if it was just him, but Ming and Little Moon, who were on his left and right, were also affected by the leaves. In the next second, they stood up with dark expressions and pounced on the troublemaker. The small forest was suddenly in chaos again. The battle circle of the 3 little girls expanded rapidly. In a short while, Yao Hua and the others who were lying quietly on the side were dragged into it. At the same time, Qin Yan, who was as quiet as a jade carving, was also dragged into it. Then, everyone joined in on this seemingly silly fun. Everyone slowly moved away from each other and quietly moved away from each other. Ling also got up and walked to the side, leaving Yun Nuashing alone with her head tilted up and staring blankly at the sky. She did not even notice that her surroundings had become quiet, as if she was immersed in her own world. "Sister Ming, what's wrong with Brother Yin?" Yor, who was the first to start the commotion and looked a little crazy, was now clinging to the back of a tree. She looked at Yun Nuashing, who looked a little sad and seemed a little off. She asked worriedly. Ming shook her head lightly and flapped her pure, white wings. "Brother should be thinking about something. He told me that his mind has been in a mess recently. Probably a part of his memory was accidentally touched. Maybe he is recovering his past memories." Ling crossed her arms and leaned against the tree trunk. She turned her head and looked at Yun Nuashing, who was more than 10 meters away, and said, "Memory? Which part of his memory?" "It should be father's memory. The fragment is on him. Maybe because he has been in contact with it for too long, a part of his memory is flowing back. Right now, I'm just afraid that he will remember some bad things. 70% of father's memories are dark. You know what I'm talking about. Those things happen during the longest period of his life, the longest period after the God Emperor advanced to the divine realm. The things that happened during that period were quite tragic, and it affected his mental state in the future. It is very likely that idiot number 1 has read those memories. If it really is..." Ling suddenly stopped talking and stammered a few times without saying anything. Everyone was so anxious that they wanted to stomp their feet. "No, it's nothing. Just forget about it. Maybe it won't develop to that stage." Ling shook her head. Under a golden tree, the golden leaves swayed in the wind. Under the tree, a young man with a beautiful face of a young girl sat quietly on the slightly swollen grass. His head was pressed against the tree trunk behind him, and his hands were hugging his right knee. His colorful eyes were looking diagonally upwards, lost in thought. His mind had already drifted to an unknown place. A gust of fragrant wind blew past him, but it only made Yun Nuashing blink his eyes slightly. He was still listless, and his colorful eyes were covered with a layer of gray. He looked a little dull. Yun Nuashing's blue-golden hair fluttered in the wind, and it was difficult to separate them from his colorful hair. Bing Er sat down next to Yun Nuashing, hugging her knees with her jade-like hands and turning her head slightly. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was still in a daze, Mei Mao was a little worried. She looked at a place about 10 meters away, and everyone waved their hands vigorously as if to encourage her. She was pushed out, but she didn't know what to do. In the past, when Yun Nuashing fell into such a complicated state of emptiness, it was always Xian who was responsible for pulling him back. Just as Bing Er was about to muster up the courage to say something, Yun Nuashing sighed deeply. "I'm fine. I just remembered something. I remembered something that I don't know if it's considered my own." He knew why Bing Er was here. Perhaps he was used to it. Bing Air rolled her eyes, and her jade-like hands pinched the corner of her skirt anxiously. She didn't know what to say. She opened her mouth a few times, but she couldn't say anything. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, "Daddy, what are you thinking about?" As soon as the sentence came out, Bing Air's pretty face turned red, and she slapped herself in her heart. However, she saw Yun Nuashing laugh self-deprecatingly when he heard the sentence. Thinking about it, it should be thinking about it. Those things clearly didn't happen to me. I was just like a bystander watching those memories play back in front of my eyes, but those scenes were so real. How should I distinguish them? Should I pay attention to those memories? Bing Air was slightly startled. She looked at Ming and the others in a panic. The latter and the other girls were also looking at her anxiously. They had all heard what Yun Nuashing said just now. "It's so ugly, this world." Yun Nuashing sighed heavily. There was a trace of darkness that was hidden very deeply in his colorful eyes. That trace of darkness made Bing Air tremble with fear. She hurriedly held his hand and covered it with warmth. Betrayal, betrayal, and betrayal. Everything that we worked so hard in the past. Although we didn't deliberately pull anyone closer, the moment it happened, everyone seemed to have discussed it and chose to betray together. What are they afraid of? What are they worried about? In the end, the people who stood beside me were still the same few. Ah, I know. It's enough as long as they're by my side. Everyone else deserves to die. Because they're weak, they all deserve to die. There's no need to think too much about it. What does this world have to do with me? Why should I care about its life and death? In the end, everything was for nothing. Everything that we've done was fake. Since I've shouldered the sins of this world, naturally, I wouldn't care about a little more. The murmurs were like a curse. The first half was still fine, but the second half was like a demon. As the murmurs continued, there was something wrong with his entire person. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he was trapped in his memories. Oh crap. CK. As expected, I bumped into the part that I didn't want to bump into. Zero slapped his head. It seems that it's still too early. He hasn't reached the elementary god level yet, so his divinity baptism is still a little lacking. His state of mind is already strong enough, but it's still a little lacking. Damn it! I shouldn't have put the shard on him. What's going on? Everyone was a little nervous when they saw Yun Nuashing's strange appearance. What's going on? When he was reading the memories, he was trapped by the memories of the past. He can't distinguish between the present and the past, and thinks that he's quarter moon. Don't stare at him. This kind of situation is not rare. Recovering one's memories is not a wonderful thing, especially when the memories from so long ago are so dark. Oh no, I have to get him out. It's still too early. He has to wait until he reaches the elementary god level, and his divinity is still. Zero hurriedly roared and was about to rush out, but a golden figure beside him was faster than him. Before he could finish his nonsense, the golden figure had already turned into a golden light and rushed out. The speed of the golden light was about half the speed of light. Yun Nuashing's expression was still dark, and Bing Air was still flustered and didn't know what to do. The golden light collided with the former's face, and then knocked him out. The two of them scraped against the ground and stopped abruptly, creating a deep trench in the ground. Ming pressed Yun Nuashing to the ground and punched him hard in the chest. Then she pressed her hands on his shoulders, raised her head, and took a deep breath. She then slammed her head down and used all her strength to hit Yun Nuashing's head. Boom! That headbutt created a sonic boom, and the sound of the collision was frighteningly heavy. Everyone could feel the pain when they heard it, and they couldn't help but grimace. The corner of Zero's mouth twitched. This girl was really ruthless. Yun Nuashing was a little dizzy after being hit by the sonic boom headbutt. Both of their eyebrows were red, and there were even flowers of blood. This time, Ming really didn't hold back his strength. He used all his strength to hit Yun Nuashing until he was half conscious and half conscious. His brain was a mess. Ming straddled Yun Nuashing's legs and straightened up. Her golden Mei-Mao was slightly red, and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She looked a little wronged and grabbed his chest as if she was being unreasonable. Her fists were like raindrops hitting his chest. "Wake up, stupid brother. Stupid Xingxing. Wake up. Wake up. That's not your life. That's not your life. That's just an unnecessary and unimportant memory. That's never a story you should pay attention to. That's not you. That's not something you've experienced. What's the point of willfully indulging in the past? What's the point of that? You're Yun Nuoxing. You're not Quarter Moon. You're not some heavenly god of chaos. You should be the stupid Xingxing hanging in the sky like a fool, waiting for big sister Yin to pluck you down. Why are you pretending to be profound? What's the point of pretending to be profound? You put yourself in an abyss every time. Is it fun? Is it fun? Can't you think of something else? Something else. Let those damned memories dissipate with the wind. Let them dissipate. What's the point of staying? Those damned memories don't belong to your life. The emotions that she had suppressed for more than 10 years exploded in the midst of her hoarse screams. Ming's tears fell along with her fists. She didn't use any strength in her fists and only used her physical strength to smash Yun Nuoxing's chest. Her delicate fists were bruised and dark, golden blood flowed down her hand, staining Yun Nuoxing's black windbreaker and her white dress. Everyone was stunned. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Although Ming had a mild personality, she cared a lot about her brother. Among everyone present, only Little Moon knew Yun Nuoxing earlier than she did. However, in terms of time spent together, she probably couldn't compare to Ming. She was one of the few people in this world who understood Yun Nuoxing's personality. However, what shocked everyone even more was what could make this indifferent girl so angry. What exactly did Yun Nuoxing do in the past? No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like she had been suppressing her anger for a long time before exploding. Yun Nuoxing grimaced in pain and coughed up a stream of blood. Just now, Ming had hit him with all her might, and he didn't have the strength to resist. Perhaps even he felt that he deserved a beating and let her hit him to vent her anger. She was already very angry. She pressed her hands against his chest and stared stubbornly at him with her golden eyes. Her crystal-clear tears dripped onto his cheeks and were cold. If it were any other time, Yun Nuoxing might have let go of his worries and comforted this girl who had angered herself to death. However, at this moment, his eyes were still a little dim. He lowered his eyelids and sighed faintly. "Girl, you have to know that the memories that I felt were not as simple as just appearing. Every time I think about it, I will experience what happened that day again. Zero is right and Xianin is also right. It's still too early. I can't bear these heavy things yet. I feel very heavy." Seeing that Ming wanted to say something, Yun Nuoxing raised his eyes slightly and sighed heavily. "But I can't close them anymore. I can't stop myself from thinking about these things. The one who let the demons go has always been the light. Perhaps you." Ming flew into a rage. The wings on her back and her silver-white hair stood on end. She raised her right fist so high that it made a cracking sound. A ray of golden light even climbed onto her delicate little fist. "You bastard!" Yun Nuoxing's multicolored eyes stared fixedly at the rapidly approaching golden fist. He smiled helplessly, stretched out his hand, and calmly pressed on the head of the girl whose emotions were in a mess. Ming's delicate body trembled slightly. Her fist, which contained immense strength, fiercely slammed into the ground beside Yun Nuoxing's head. It created a hole that was about a foot deep. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Everyone who saw this was shocked. This girl had gone berserk. "All right, girl. It will all pass. It's just a matter of time. Don't torture yourself anymore." Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly. Just like in the past, he gently patted her head. "There's still time. We still have time. That day won't come so early. If it comes, Ling's heart palpitated inexplicably. He stared at Yun Nuashing with his golden eyes. A ray of golden light flashed across his eyes, and he couldn't help but gulp. This is bad. The plan has completely gone off track. Ah? Everyone was shocked. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Damn it. It can't be happening again. It can't be. Ling fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. No, I can't let that scene happen. I can't let anything go wrong in this life. I have to find a lock. I have to have an emergency stop. Hey, why have you gone crazy too? Yu's face twitched slightly. She carefully took a few steps back. From the beginning to the end, she felt that there was something wrong with this guy. Was he finally going crazy now? Ling rolled his eyes and said, What's there to go crazy about? I'm already crazy. Can I go even crazier? After he finished speaking, he glanced at Yun Nuashing. In his golden eyes, he could see a deep black color condensing in the former's soul. That black color made him feel extremely fearful. It was so dark and so crazy. Phew, forget it. Let's observe for a while. Hopefully, Father has thought of this step. We'll talk about it when the fragments are all gathered. If not, I'll set it up. That day? What will happen when that day comes? Ming's delicate body trembled slightly. Her hands tightly clasped Yun Nuashing's fingers. She was a little afraid. She was a little afraid of the answer. Yun Nuashing closed his eyes and took a light breath. If that day comes, please, bury me with your own hands. Chapter 884. The inexplicable scene in the afternoon had caused everyone to have strange expressions. At this moment, no one knew what to do. The atmosphere was so strange that it could even distort space itself. Bing Air was still sitting under the tree, reflecting on her bewilderment. Yun Nuashing, who had just been ruthlessly beaten up, was standing at the edge of the Golden Forest, which was also the edge of the Bloodwing Fort. There was a 10-jong-wide hole in the wall due to the commotion just now. He stood outside the wall, quietly facing the wind. His rainbow-colored hair fluttered in the wind. His left hand was in his pocket, while his right hand was covering his messy hair. The sky was slowly darkening, and the weak sunlight didn't appear dusky. As it shone on his body, his rainbow-colored eyes shimmered with an indescribable light. This scene was somewhat strange and somewhat profound. Ming sat some distance away from Yun Nuashing. She hugged her knees with her jade-like hands and lowered her head unhappily. Her pure white wings carefully wrapped around her body. Everyone was speechless when they saw this girl suddenly become depressed. She had been so ruthless when beating up her brother, but now her heart was aching. She might be thinking about something else. However, no one knew what the three of them were thinking about, especially the youth who seemed to be aloof from the world and standing alone at the edge of the floating island. Yor and Little Moon wanted to go over and at least distract Yun Nuashing so that he wouldn't sink deeper. However, everyone stopped the two girls. At this moment, Yun Nuashing looked very strange. At least, he didn't seem like the heartless idiot they usually knew. It was better to let him be alone for the time being. When a man encounters something that doesn't go his way, it's better to let him be alone. Oh, if you stay by his side and let him be alone, he won't be able to calm down. Don't worry about him at this time. Boss should be able to figure it out. Nightmare sighed softly. You make it sound so easy. Yuan, she rolled his eyes and scratched his head. How strange. It was a good afternoon. Why did something happen all of a sudden? Something on his mind? A psychological problem? Can't you wrap your head around it and think wrongly? The memories of Crescent Moon in his mind went slightly out of control, and a part of them began to awaken. He can't treat it as a simple story. Every time a part of the memory awakens, he will experience that scene again. It's a very heavy scene. We did everything we could to make him stay away from those memories because he hasn't reached elementary God yet. He needs to go through the baptism of divinity, and when his state of mind reaches a higher level, he will be able to unlock those memories. Right now, he might not be able to withstand it, But unfortunately, those memories accidentally leaked out. Zero sighed heavily, and after he finished speaking, he sighed again. He felt that he had almost let out a year's worth of anger in one go. Recalling some memories can change a person's temperament. Yuan, she had a strange expression on his face. If it's some earth-shattering memory, why wouldn't it? Zero raised his head to look at the sky. Those memories are very heavy and very dark. In essence, they're basically an enhanced version of all the tragedies you can think of. That's the darkness that has accumulated over trillions of years. Xuanyue's memories from when he was alive have already formed a kind of resentment, Zero pondered for a moment. He couldn't think of a way to put it. Nightmare, who was a little smarter, jumped out with a whoosh. It's like all the negative emotions have materialized and become physical? Zero hesitated for a moment and nodded. That's a little far-fetched, but you can understand it that way. Didn't you say that you've forgotten a lot of things? You can start to recall things like Little Star? Yuan, she looked at him. Zero nodded again. Something like that. After the 8 fragments fused together, it slightly stimulated our memories. Dummy number 1 is reading the memories in the fragments, and I'm recovering the memories that I used to know but have forgotten. This shouldn't have happened. If it's a normal fusion of fragments, there shouldn't be a memory leak. Zero sighed with a headache. Let's find the last fragment as soon as possible. Maybe we can salvage it a little. Even if it's just a little, it's enough. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go blow up the planet and pick up the fragments. Then Brother Yin will be back to normal. Yu clenched her fists and spun twice. As she spoke, she was about to rush out. Little Moon helplessly held her back. The brat was getting hot-headed again. If she rushed out like this, she might not be able to come back. Although it's a little reckless, it's not good for us to just sit here and do nothing, right? Aren't we going to do anything? Yuan, she scratched his head. There's no hurry. Havana and the others plan to clear out the other planets in the next 2 days. They can handle it there. We need to recuperate and prepare to attack the main nest together. It's very difficult for both of us to do this alone. The warriors also need to rest. Let's just relax for the next 2 days. The one who answered him was not Zero. The voice was a little ethereal and had a hint of warmth. Everyone turned around in shock and saw Yin Nuashing slowly walking towards them with a familiar faint smile on his face. You're okay? Yuan, she looked at him in shock. I'm fine. I pulled myself out of that state with much difficulty. As for the rest, I threw the fragments into the divine flame and let Zai and the others seal them. There won't be any problems for a while. Just a while. Yin Nuashing shrugged helplessly and laughed. Ming was still sitting under the tree with her head buried. Yin Nuashing looked at her amusedly. He walked over and squatted down. He reached out and rubbed her silver-white hair. Are you still angry? This familiar tone and voice, along with a slight mischievous smile, caused Ming Ming's delicate body to tremble. She rubbed her head against it, and only a moment later did she raise her head. Her golden eyes were slightly red as she looked at the beautiful face that was close to her. When she saw that he had recovered, she was stunned for a moment. She carefully whispered, "Big brother." It's me. I'm sorry. I made you worry." Yun Nuashing had a helpless smile on his face. He reached out and ruffled the stupid angel's long hair. He then carefully and gently tidied it up. Only then did he pull the little girl who had curled up into a small ball. He hugged her tightly in his arms and patted her back. He said gently, "It's okay. It's okay." It was as if she was the one who was frightened and not him. However, if one had to say something, Yun Nuashing's state, which was as black as ink, had indeed given everyone present a shock. Ming Ming and the other girls were even more frightened. Ming and Mei Mao's eyes flashed. Just as they were about to nod, Yu and Little Moon pounced on them. Ming stared with wide eyes but couldn't dodge. Then he could only watch the 4 of them piled up together. The atmosphere suddenly became relaxed again. Everyone took a deep breath and wiped off the non-existent cold sweat on their foreheads. They looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. From each other's eyes, they could see the message of whatever, it's fine as long as it's fine for the time being. If there's anything, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Perhaps they were all infected by Yun Nuashing. The Golden Forest occupied a large area. It was also a very important location in the Bloodwing Fortress. Even when the battle was intense, some people would sneak here, including Ivan and the others. The effect of resting here was surprisingly good. However, at this time, all the people in the Bloodwing Fortress had been transferred to the mobile fortress below, so there was no one here. In fact, there weren't many people left on this floating island. Although it was said to be resting, most people didn't just want to rest. From afar, Yun Nuashing could see Ahua and the other teenagers pulling Nightmare and the others to roll around on the golden grass. They looked rather silly, as if they wanted to make up for their childhood that they didn't experience. As a result, Jining and the other girls had to keep a distance from them and silently move to another place. Yun Nuashing found a small grassy slope with a gentle slope and looked at the sky that was about to darken under the shade of a tree. Because the clear sky was dim, there were already some bright stars hanging on the horizon. The cloudless sky made this scene very clear in front of everyone. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and gently took a deep breath against the wind. After a while, he became a little dazed. The Thousand Dream Sutra automatically activated and prepared to lead him into a state of light sleep. Why are you sleeping in this place? Sleeping here every day, you're almost turning into a pig. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded in his ears. Just by listening to the voice, Yun Nuashing knew who it was. He opened his eyes reluctantly and saw the familiar men's clothes floating in front of him. The man looked down at him with his hands on his waist and said, "You seem to be very free. Your sisters are fighting again." Yun Nuashing glanced at Little Moon and Yu, who were working together to suppress Ming. He didn't know what was going on. He rolled his eyes and said, "It's fine, it's fine. This place is not bad. Let them play." Bing Er is watching from the side. Chu Yingzhan raised an eyebrow and elegantly turned around. She sat down next to Yun Nuashing and casually placed her hand on her knee. She stretched out her jade finger and poked his face. You're fine now?" "I'm fine for the time being. I can't say for sure in the future." Yun Nuashing opened his eyes and turned his head to look at her. The latter had a playful look on her pretty face and a little mischievous. After a while, she narrowed her eyes again. Hey, don't sleep. Tell me, what serious thing did you think of?" Chu Yingzhan poked his face again. "What kind of person are you?" Chu Yingzhan poked his cheek again. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. He opened his eyes and looked at her helplessly. The latter looked at him mischievously. She didn't seem to be worried that this topic would cause any negative effects. Yun Nuashing sighed softly and opened his eyes to look at the sky. He knew that he couldn't sleep anymore. He pondered for a while and said, "It's not a good memory. It's terrible. Tell me about it." Chu Yingzhan said again. She looked like she wouldn't give up if he didn't tell her. Yun Nuashing was even more speechless. Yun Nuashing sighed and said, "There's nothing to talk about. I was betrayed by my friends, and I was stabbed in the back. The friends that I once helped turned against me. The whole world issued a kill order to me to him. I know him, I don't know him. I'm related to him, and I'm not related to him. I feel like I've been abandoned by the whole world, except for a few idiots. It's so funny. He was the one who pulled them back from the border of death with his own hands. What did he do in the end? What did he get in the end? It's just an even crueler war. Since we're going to be enemies, then we're enemies. No matter how friendly we used to be, no matter how close we used to be, the moment they drew their weapons against me, they would perish. I won't die, I can't die. Even if they used to be my best friends, I killed them one by one. This world is so ugly. They're all dead. Not a single one is left. The friends that I've known for hundreds of millions of years, the elders that I've called for hundreds of millions of years. Everything is fake. From then on, I won't trust anything in this world anymore, but I won't question it. There's no need to. Whatever happens in the end, it's just a matter of raising my hand and chopping it down. This is all caused by you. This is the way you want to solve it. This is what you want. You have the bigger fist. Then, this is the ending that you want to see. Seeing my close friends fall in front of me. Ah, it's so pleasant, listening to Yun Nuashing's somewhat crazy words. Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched. She poked his face with her jade finger and said, all right. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. I'm wrong, okay? You're the one who told me to say it. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Chu Yingzhan patted her chest with palpitations and said, the problem is your expression when you said it was too scary, you know? Hey, that's something from my previous life. You didn't get it mixed up, did you? Hey, let me say this first. I can't betray my friends. No matter what the reason is, I can't do it. Don't hit me. You won't mess around, right? As if she thought of something. Chu Yingzhan quivered all over. She quietly moved 1 or 2 meters to the side to put some distance between her and Yun Nuashing, and asked with a worried expression, you already said that it's something from your previous life. Yun Nuashing looked at her speechlessly and said, is it really okay for you to say this in front of me? What's wrong with it? This is a major life event. Oh, it's a matter of safety. How can I not ask clearly? What if you become mentally deranged and kill me? Chu Yingzhan muttered and moved back. I'm still 16 years old. I'm still young, and I'm a future fairy. How can I be killed by an ally's mental derangement? This kind of death is not on my death list. Death list? Yun Nuashing's eyes twitched. What the hell is that? It listed a few ways to die. Yes, they're all ways I want to die. PFFF. As soon as these words came out, Yun Nuashing directly spat out a mouthful of saliva and looked at her in horror. What was this guy thinking in his head? Thinking about how to die when he had nothing to do. But he himself seemed to have thought about the ideal burial ground or something. He thought about it for a while and felt that he was in no position to say anything, so he simply shut up. Aren't you curious? Aren't you going to ask? Chu Yingzhan looked at him expectantly. Not interested. Also, this topic is too weird. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched, and he closed his eyes to avoid looking at her. What? Birth, old age, sickness, and death are major things in this world. What's there to avoid? Anyway, my biggest wish is to die in the place I want to die on the day I die, and in the way I want it. Don't you think that sounds pretty romantic? Chu Yingzhan smiled sweetly. No, what a boring person. Hurry up and accept this fairy's teachings. Yun Nuashing's face darkened. If he was persuaded by her, he would probably think about how to die all day long on the grassland in the distance. It was as if a circle of fire had been burned. There was a bare grassland and grass roots all over the ground. Looking at the peaceful and lively scene over there, the corners of Yun Nuashing's mouth could not help but curl up into a smile as he turned over and sat up. That's right. Smile faintly, smile heartlessly. Compared to fighting, you should choose to eat first. This is the path you should take. Chu Yingzhan saw that he had recovered his usual smile and carelessly patted him on the back. She spoke in a rather old-fashioned manner. You're a spiritual leader. You can't do anything like self-destruction. Didn't you see that this group of people was all gathered because of you? That's really scary. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at her. However, he still agreed with the first sentence. Compared to those complicated things, he would rather choose to worry about what to eat for 3 meals a day. Now that he saw this harmonious scene, he couldn't help but sigh. This was life. It would be pretty good if it could continue like this. Just as he was sighing, a holy figure quietly landed beside him. The pure white wings behind her trembled slightly. Her jade-like hands were holding something, and she put it on his head without any explanation. Yun Nuashing reached out and touched it. Only then did he see that it was a garland woven from the golden grass and flowers here. Yun Nuashing smiled and turned his head. However, he saw Ming's gloomy face and his cheeks were puffed up. He couldn't help but laugh. Why are you gloomy after bullying your elder sister and younger sister? Ming pursed his lips and threw himself into Yun Nuashing's arms gloomily. I lost. When Yun Nuashing and Chu Yingzhan heard this, they were both surprised. The two of them knew this girl, Little Moon and you, or couldn't suppress her even when they teamed up, no matter if it was just playing around or fighting for real. Now that she had lost, she actually ran over to her elder brother to act coquettishly. They tickled my wings. It's so itchy. I can't fight back, Ming mumbled. Yun Nuashing and Chu Yingzhan. So wings are her weakness? Yun Nuashing smiled and stroked the girl's silver-white hair to comfort her. He smiled and looked at the group of people who were playing around not far away. He couldn't help but laugh. Stealing half a day's worth of floating life. Boom! Boom! Before he finished speaking, a violent explosion that was violent enough to overturn the entire world resounded through the entire world. At this moment, the dusky sky had just completed the transition from day to night. The sky became dark and starry. The scarlet flames from the explosion lit up the entire sky. Dang! 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 Almost at the same time, the mobile fortress's city defense bell rang loudly. The mighty sound of the bell spread throughout the entire gray world, causing everyone's expression to turn sluggish. Yun Nuashing slowly stood up and his expression became slightly solemn. It seems that the rest time is over. You seem to have something that you didn't say just now? Chu Yingzhan also stood up and looked at him with her arms crossed. Yun Nuashing sighed deeply. Stealing half a day's worth of floating life. Busy. Chu Yingzhan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 885. The scarlet flames rushed into the sky and extended to tens of thousands of miles away. At the same time, an overwhelming black fog had started to hover above the mobile fortress. The cross-shaped scarlet flames started from the center of the mobile fortress and flashed across the entire fortress. At this moment, all the people in the fortress were crying for their parents. Oh, they weren't crying for their parents. They were cursing angrily and rushing into the sky with weapons in their hands. Small void beasts that were more than 2 meters tall were constantly leaping out from the scarlet cross. Their bodies were burning with scarlet flames. The warriors in the fortress were using a sea of people to fill up the scarlet cross crack. Every single void beast that came out was instantly annihilated by the short-range and mid-range energy attacks. It couldn't even move 1 meter. When Yun Nuashing and the others rushed over and saw the scene, they couldn't help but sigh. They really are a race of warriors. If this was a normal city in the celestial realm, there would probably be people running for their lives the moment this incident broke out. Yuan, she smacked his lips. In fact, from the time the incident broke out to the time when the emergency resistance was organized, it took less than 1 minute and 20 seconds. The people in the fortress, even those who are running small businesses, could instantly pick up their weapons and transform into warriors, Yun Nuashing said. Every citizen is a soldier, Zero added. What should we do? Chu Yingzhan asked softly as the obsidian-like Mei Mao swayed on the chaotic battlefield below. In fact, the scarlet crack had already been filled up by countless people. The void beasts that came out from the crack would be annihilated before they could even let out a fart. There was no need to worry about the crack, but this battle. They hadn't been in contact with the void beasts for long, so they had never seen an attack of this level. There's a powerful life form that opened up this scarlet crack and is continuously sending in cannon fodder from the outside to stop Grey's warriors. So, what does the master want to do? Where is it? Unfortunately, I don't know. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands. Attract the enemy's firepower, and then attack, Yao Hua said in a low voice. That should be the case, but he's hiding. Yun Nuashing sighed and slowly took out the nether void sword. Everyone was stunned by his actions. So, Yun Nuashing swung her right hand and took the Netherworld Ruin sword from her left hand. She stroked the blade with her left hand and slashed it diagonally upwards. The purplish-black sword light was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, incomparably brilliant. Damn it, are you addicted to peeping? That action and that roar directly stimulated everyone's nerves. In the next moment, the dozens of people's eyes suddenly changed. Their auras surged, and they instantly entered battle mode. The purplish-black sword light rapidly streaked through space. After a while, it suddenly froze in the air, as if it had come into contact with a transparent barrier. Subsequently, the sword light and the surrounding space slowly twisted into a whirlpool under everyone's gazes. In a few breaths, the sword light was annihilated with a poof. Chi! As the purplish-black sword light was annihilated, a scarlet spatial rift suddenly opened up. Even the background of the rift was filled with towering, scarlet flames. The space violently trembled as a black hand reached out from the sea of flames and grabbed the edge of the rift, making a climbing motion. Then a demonic, godlike figure reached out from the rift. It was a black figure covered in scarlet flames. It had a humanoid body, but its face had no facial features. Instead, it was covered in scarlet cracks that looked like 4 eyes. On its head, 2 goat horns pointed obliquely towards the back, flashing with a dazzling scarlet light. The demonic runes on its body were constantly squirming, and half of its chest was covered by crisscrossing cracks. It was incomparably hideous, and those cracks constantly flickered like a flickering, evil face. As the demonic, godlike figure emerged from the rift, the cross-shaped rift in the fortress below became even more resplendent. Waves of violent aura continuously spread out from it. Big brother, this guy is very dangerous. Ming's pretty face was solemn as she took a step forward, shielding half of Yun Nuashing's body behind her. Golden flames slowly rose from her body, and the angelic holy sword appeared in her hand. It was as if she was facing a great enemy. Turning around, everyone's expressions were also extremely solemn. They stood in a disorderly manner, and their energy had been pushed to the limit. Surging energy surged in the space, causing the space within a radius of 10,000 feet to distort slightly. It was as if they could erupt at any time. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and pulled Ming behind her. She took a step forward with Zero and took a deep breath. "What's your name?" As soon as the sentence came out, everyone's cultivation almost went astray. They staggered and almost fell from the sky. "Can you be more serious? Can you be more serious? Can you be more serious?" Chu Yingzhan was so angry that her pretty face turned purple. She almost rushed up and killed Yun Nuashing. "Damn it, the other side is already bursting with killing intent, and you only say this to me. Are we still going to fight? Are we still going to fight?" Yun Nuashing ignored everyone's angry glares and coughed dryly. Divine tools and divine weapons slowly appeared around her, and her expression also became more and more solemn. She raised the Nethervoid sword and pointed it at the glowing black humanoid figure. "Who are you?" Everyone's faces darkened. The devilish figure raised its right hand. Its 5 slender fingers were like sharp claws, and it gently clenched them twice. The scarlet cracks on its face that looked like 4 eyes looked at Yun Nuashing. A low male voice that sounded like a sinister laugh slowly sounded. "I didn't think that the high and mighty heavenly God would fall to such a state." The figure chuckled. "We're no longer bound by your power. Your power has affected us for countless years, but we've finally broken free. Now we're serving a new master. You're too much of an eyesore. Before I destroy this world, please be quiet for a moment." The moment his voice fell, the expressions of Yun Nuashing and the others froze. Just as they were about to move, the space around them suddenly lit up with a scarlet color, and the entire circular space collapsed with a loud bang. The moment the space collapsed, Yun Nuashing was about to charge out with the Nethervoid sword. However, in the next second, he sensed something and stopped abruptly. He didn't even move a meter. Then he smiled calmly. Very good choice. You've won this round, and I'll remember it. The next time we meet, I'll get back at you. He, the scarlet, demonic figure, let out a low chuckle and waved his hand. The collapsed space suddenly turned from scarlet to deep darkness. Wait until you have the strength to appear in front of us again. Boom! With a low rumbling sound, a piece of space was dug out. Other than a few people who reacted in a short while, the others did not react to what had happened. They saw that piece of space rapidly moving away from them, and a huge golden barrier rose up beside them. Then a turbulent black tide rushed over. Everyone was shocked and slightly panicked. The moment the black tide broke through the golden barrier, a hurried voice sounded clearly in their minds. Hurry up and open your nomological domain. They were used to listening to this voice, so they didn't think too much about what was happening. They subconsciously opened their nomological domain. Then, a terrifying shock wave swept over them. They felt their vision turn black, and the smell of death came close to their faces. The scarlet space in front of them disappeared completely. There was an empty space in front of them, and it quickly returned to normal. The scarlet, devilish figure clenched his fists and sighed. I didn't expect him to be able to come back. But it's nothing. A heavenly god who has lost his power is no different from a mortal. You can live, but you can die again. On the day we were subdued by you, we already said that if you die, we are even. Now we have a new master, and you are a huge threat. The scarlet demonic shadow looked down at the burning ground. Golden figures flashed from the horizon. It raised its right hand and gently waved it down. The scarlet cross-shaped fissure rumbled and trembled violently. Half of a huge black figure, covered in scarlet flames, emerged from the fissure. Its palm, which was the size of dozens of houses, slammed on the ground, leaving a huge palm print in the fortress. Countless lives were lost here. Now it's time to offer a sacrifice for the awakening of our master. Lin Sheng, wake up! Qing Lian, wake up! A familiar voice called out to him, causing Lin Sheng's consciousness to slowly wake up from his dizziness. The owner of the voice seemed to have seen him move and turned to call for someone else. He seemed to have heard the sound of a slap. In the faint movement, he seemed to feel the golden sunlight. Lin Sheng used all his strength to regain control of his body. Then he slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was a brilliant golden light screen. At the edge of the light screen, there were countless golden lightning bolts jumping violently. It was like a layer of lightning barrier. Behind the barrier, there was an extremely deep darkness. It was as if nothing existed there. No, there was indeed nothing there. This was the depths of the void. There was nothing in the void. Ding Mingyu, Senior Mingyu, wake up. Now is not the time to sleep. The voice called out to him from behind. Lin Sheng turned around in a daze. He saw Yun Nuoxing with long, colorful hair. She was gently shaking Ding Mingyu's shoulders and calling out to her from time to time. Sensing the movement here, Yun Nuoxing turned her head. When she saw that Lin Sheng had woken up, she was slightly happy. She carefully put Ding Mingyu down and jogged over. You're finally awake. Yun Nuoxing squatted down beside him and shook her finger. How many times is this? Are you dizzy? Is your head normal? You didn't forget anything, right? Hearing her hurried question, Lin Sheng felt dizzy. After resting for a while, he checked his condition. When he found that he was fine, he nodded. I'm all right. It's nothing serious. I just fainted. What happened just now? The void shook. Seeing that he was fine, Yun Nuoxing also heaved a sigh of relief. She explained, the moment we met, that guy collapsed the space and even banished us. He banished us to the depths of the void. When we suddenly entered the void, we hastily opened our rule domains. It was not strong enough. You were almost swallowed by the void. Fortunately, it was just a shock. 0. and I quickly opened our large rule domains. You were all safe. Hearing this, Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked to his side. When he saw that Yi Qinglian had only fainted and was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Don't worry. Your little girlfriend is fine. Everyone is fine. At most, she just fainted. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. Lin Xing nodded and looked around. Sure enough, he saw that everyone was lying dead and floating in the void. They were all unconscious. We are. Holding Yi Qinglian in his arms. Lin Sheng looked around blankly. He turned to look at Yun Nuoxing. At this time, he saw that the latter's body was flashing with layers of lightning-like energy. It was very similar to the edge of the rule domain. What are you doing? I am maintaining the rule domain. This is pure void. There is nothing to attach to. It is eroded by the void every second. The divine body of the spirit receiver has the power to devour everything. The void is no exception. Although I can't devour the void now, it is not a problem for me to maintain it. Yun Nuoxing habitually explained for a while. Then, she quickly waved her hand. Let's not talk about this now. Quickly wake everyone up. We were thrown to a very far place. It is very difficult for me to maintain the rule domain alone. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on until we return. Zero is searching the gray world with all her might. Hearing this, Lin Xing nodded solemnly and went to help wake everyone up. Not long after, everyone woke up from their daze. Yun Nuoxing let them rest for 10 minutes. Then, she changed the rule barrier and sat down to rest. I am so tired, so tired. You have all been unconscious for an hour. Yun Nuoxing sat down in the void and took a long breath. Everyone was a little stunned. They did not expect it to be so long. They thought it was just a short coma. Who is that guy? Chu Yingzhan wrinkled her nose. She was very unhappy that she was killed instantly when they met. I don't know. What I can determine is that it should know me. It should be related to Quarter Moon. However, I don't have any memories of it. Maybe it has not recovered yet. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Everyone was a little helpless. Let's not talk about this first. Just now, we heard him talking about a new master. Yuan, she muttered, and immediately caught the main point. So, who are they listening to? They came out and messed up the Grey World, Leviathan World, and Nanar World? I didn't hear Ivan mention them. That guy is very powerful. It is impossible that he did not mention them. Now, my guess is Ivan and the others have not seen that. Let's just treat it as a person for now. It should have suddenly appeared today. It can directly summon void beasts. I don't know how chaotic the Grey World is now. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head in distress. Big Brother Yin, why don't you hit them back? Fight back. You! Flew over and hung onto Yun Nuoxing's neck. Her black eyes flashed with an unconcealable desire to fight. Everyone was a little embarrassed. Yun Nuoxing took down the little girl who was always shouting and fighting. He patted her head and looked at Zero, who was working hard with the Book of Two Ages. He muttered, "It will take some effort to find the Grey World. We have been exiled to a very far place. If you are really bored, help me count the time." Yun Nuoxing rubbed the little girl's long black hair. He looked at the little girl who was rubbing against him in his arms and could not help but say this. Okay. Heard and nodded obediently. She sat down beside Yun Nuoxing's legs and started counting. 1, 2, 3 for everyone. Yun Nuoxing, you can count silently. Yes, count silently. Yu nodded and stopped talking. However, her delicate body was still swaying left and right rhythmically. Everyone could not help but sigh. It seemed that Yu was still very obedient to Yun Nuoxing. If it were them, they would probably not be able to stand it after counting for 1 minute. Ming pulled Yun Nuoxing's hand. The latter turned around and looked at her. He saw that the little girl's face was serious and deep in thought. It seemed that she had something to say. He blinked and asked in his soul, "Little girl, do you have something to say?" Ming nodded. His golden eyes sized up everyone. He muttered to himself for a while and said, "Brother, the power on that person is the one I sensed that day." Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered slightly. He was silent for a while. "It seems that it was that day." "Oh, it woke up?" "I'm not sure. I sensed an extremely strong, dark, elemental energy on its body. However, it was a power that was even more violent and chaotic than the dark elemental energy. It was a power that we have never understood. It exists in the void beast and is somewhat related to the realm of the gods." "Is it a mutated dark elemental energy?" Ming and Mei Mao's eyes flashed. Yun Nuashing nodded. "Perhaps. However, this kind of mutation is too extreme. The water elemental energy is an ice elemental energy. When it mutates into something related to water, it will more or less retain some of the characteristics of the water elemental energy. However, the energy on the void beast, other than its smell being somewhat similar to the dark elemental energy, it has nothing else in common, be it the form or the characteristics of its energy. Sometimes I even feel that this kind of energy, could it be the power of the void? No, it shouldn't be. I know what the power of the void is like. There is no order and everything is nothingness. Just based on these 2 points alone, I can be sure that it is not the power of the void. The power of the void beast is chaotic, violent, and formless. It can even affect light. The void can directly turn light into nothingness. However, that kind of power changes the nature of light. Zero's voice faintly rang out from the side, startling the two of them. They then heard Zero continue. "The two of you can whisper to each other. I'll have to trouble you to block off other soul powers." Yun Nuashing and Ming awkwardly scratched their heads. After a while, Ming tugged on Yun Nuashing's sleeve again. Her red lips moved close to his ear. A burst of orchid fragrance blew over, causing Yun Nuashing's body to tremble. His beautiful face turned slightly red. However, the next sentence that he heard caused his heart to turn cold. "Big brother, I haven't told you. There are a total of 10 gigantic, dark, elemental bodies on the main nest. 9 of them are of the same level as the one we saw today. There is one more. I can't sense it clearly anymore." Chapter 887. After a day of running back and forth between the void and the real world, the group of people were physically and mentally exhausted. First, they were thrown into the void and rolled around like trash. Then, they collectively jumped into the void and swam around as if they were swimming. Then, they returned to the gray world in a daze. After that, they went through a series of high-intensity battles and collectively collapsed. The main reason was that they were tired from running around in the void. Now that the battle was over, they all found a place to rest like corpses. Sacrifice. On the wall of the mobile fortress, Yun Nuashing didn't go to sleep. Behind him were a few girls who didn't go to sleep because of him. Havana and the others were standing at the side. When Yun Nuashing heard these 2 words, he was stunned. What sacrifice? What is the sacrifice for? I have a guess. Havana rubbed his chin and said, "When we rushed over, the goat horn said sacrifice for the awakening of the master. I guess that the person behind it hasn't awakened yet and needs the vitality of the people in these worlds to awaken." Yun Nuashing muttered to himself. He tried hard to find out something from his mind, but the fragment had been suppressed by Ziyi and the others, cutting off his connection with the past. If he ran into the soul world now and shamelessly asked them to release the fragment, he probably wouldn't be able to come out once he entered. "I can't remember anything special. I also can't feel any special or familiar aura from the goat horn. I have forgotten the past too thoroughly." Yun Nuashing sighed. His colorful eyes flickered slightly. "If what you said is true, they are preparing for the awakening of the person behind them. And this preparation even requires the sacrifice of all the lives in the 12 planets. The person behind the scenes should be terrifyingly strong." Havana chuckled helplessly. His dark eyes looked deep into space, as if he could see the planet that was completely occupied by the void beasts. It's unsettling. That might be the biggest threat I've ever seen. Is there a threat in the 5 elemental realms to you? Yun Nuashing was surprised. The spirit race was the god race of the 5 elemental realms. In theory, and in reality, they were the strongest race in the 5 elemental realms. How could there be a threat to them? Of course, there are countless worlds in the void. It's not impossible for 1 or 2 beings to be stronger than the God clan to appear in the boundless universe. From the perspective of mortals, the God clan is strong because we are powerful and can control the entire world. Compared to those who are as powerful as us, the God clan is just SOSO. Havana smiled. Ming held a golden ball of light with both hands. Mei Mao's eyes were closed. Her soul power entered the book of the era and spread to the entire Nainiku world. Yun Nuashing saw her focus on observing for a long time and could not help but ask, "Girl, how's the situation?" Ming Ming slowly opened her eyes, and a glint flashed through her beautiful golden eyes. After a while, she blinked and said, "The void beasts on the other planets have been completely eliminated. Apart from that scarlet demon, there were 3 more that attacked the other planets. However, they were all blocked by a few planets that use the power of their races. At this moment, all of them have retreated into their lairs. As for the planet we are on, there are no more void beasts in these 2 territories. Only empty shells are left." Yun Nuashing's expression was strange. Giving up all external forces and retreating. Are they preparing for a decisive battle? Until today, we still thought that void beasts were creatures without intelligence. Ivan scratched his head. However, there are a few intelligent commanders behind them. Ming looked at Yun Nuashing and asked softly, "Brother, what should we do?" "What should we do? There's nothing we can do. They've retracted all the void beasts outside and placed them in their lairs. What else can we do other than attack?" Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. "The enemy is defending. We can only attack. The longer we drag this out..." Suddenly, Yun Nuashing paused and blinked. "Girl, you said that only 4 demons came out. Other than 1 that we caught. What about the other 8? How are they doing?" Ming was stunned, but soon understood what he meant. Mei Mao closed her eyes. A wave came from the book of the era. After a while, she said, "In the lairs, other than the 3 high-energy life forms showing signs of activity, the other 6, including the one I can't sense clearly, have no signs of movement." "Oh, they haven't woken up yet?" Hawayne sensed something. A glint flashed across his eyes. He pondered for a while and said, "Now we can be sure that the person behind the scenes hasn't woken up yet. Even the other commanders are in a state of deep sleep. We can't miss this opportunity. Let's reorganize and attack. We're short on time, but there's no other way. Ivan." Being called by his boss, Ivan quivered and nodded. His figure flashed as he ran down to give orders to the others. "Don't be too anxious. We need some time to rest. We've been wandering around in the void beasts today. Everyone is tired." Yun Nuashing waved his hand, indicating that Hawayne didn't need to be anxious. "You guys should rest well too. We'll try to take the initiative to attack before the day after tomorrow." Hawayne nodded. They did need to be prepared for war. Even though the spirit race was very powerful, they still needed to rest. Attacking a place like the lairs of the void beasts was extremely dangerous. There wouldn't be any time to rest from the beginning to the end. He knew how dangerous it was, so he didn't refuse. He pointed at Ivan and said, "You should rest too. I think you're barely in your best condition." Yun Nuashing was stunned. He looked back at his colorful hair that had turned half white. He smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll rest too. See you tomorrow." Then he waved his hand and jumped down the city wall with the girls. Along the way, he saw a little purple soul hugging his head and sleeping soundly. There was even drool at the corner of her mouth. It won't be too quiet these few days. There's still some quiet time. I'll stretch myself too. After watching Yun Nuashing and the others disappear into the street, Hawayne stretched himself and looked at the night sky again. He smiled. It's time for this long expedition to end. The night passed by very quickly. The morning sun slowly rose from the horizon, casting its slightly dignified sunlight onto gray. Within the mobile fortress, many warriors slowly woke up. The morning that Yun Nuashing had once looked forward to was like this. Early in the morning, he would be blinded by the sun's rays and slowly wake up. He would spend 10 minutes to sit up on the bed, 5 minutes to wake up, and another 5 minutes to wake up the person beside him. Then the two of them would be in a daze for 3 minutes, comb each other's hair, wash up, and then hug the little purple soul who was sleeping so soundly that he had forgotten who he was. After taking care of the little purple soul, they would almost completely wake up and go downstairs to have breakfast or something. That was the ideal situation. In reality, the moment Yun Nuashing opened her eyes, the meditation of the 1,000 dreams mantra ended. It only took her a minute to wake up and 5 seconds to find a beautiful and holy face in front of her. Their noses were pressed against each other's noses, and they breathed weakly on each other's faces. Half of her body was wrapped in a pair of huge white wings that wrapped around him tightly. One of her hands was placed on his back and the other on the front of his shirt. He was used to seeing an angel sleeping peacefully after sleeping with little purple soul last night. Anyway, the door to his room was fake and it was just a decoration. He was not surprised to see any of the girls' faces when he woke up. He was glad that he did not have the habit of sleeping naked. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. Girl, it's time to wake up. It took him a minute to wake up the angel who was sleeping all over the bed. He habitually took out a comb from his pendant and combed the messy silver hair of the angel, who was in a daze for a while. He then awkwardly tugged at his own hair to wake up the little purple soul, who was also unwilling to get out of bed. He put her under his armpit and dragged the angel to wash up. When he was done, it had already been half an hour in the morning. Yun Nuashing liked this kind of peaceful daily life. He would look at the sun, cultivate for a while, worry about his 3 meals a day, read a book, or stand on top of a mountain and look at the sea of clouds. He would wait for time to pass slowly. There was no chaos, no battles, and no need to think about the messy memories in his head. Occasionally, he would watch the girls at home play with each other. This kind of peaceful life was exceptionally comfortable. Morning, big brother. Ming stretched her body and combed her feathers. Then, she pounced on Yun Nuashing while he was in a daze. She opened her mouth and bit Yun Nuashing's lips. After a few seconds, she pulled away and licked her red lips with her little tongue. She smiled with satisfaction. Strawberry flavored. Yun Nuashing. Girl, do you know what it means to be a man and a woman? Anyway, every time Big Brother says this, I don't see you doing anything special, right? Ming rolled her eyes at him. She held his hand and went downstairs. Time for breakfast. I'm hungry. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and then threw the matter to the back of his mind. He didn't know what to do with them. He didn't know what to do with them at all. They went downstairs to the hall. The hall was very spacious. It could accommodate 20 to 30 people. Fan had found a place for them to stay. Considering that they were all going to live together, he had to find a luxurious loft. When they went down to the hall, they rubbed against you, and Little Moon for a while. Then they rubbed against Bing Air for a while. After that, they greeted Yuan Shi and the others who came back to their senses. They finally sat down at the table under Chu Yingzhan's gaze. It was reasonable to say that a group of people like them wouldn't have a problem eating or not. They weren't suppressed to the level of mortals after going to the 3rd elemental realm. At this time, they had the strength of a half-demon in the 5th elemental realm. They wouldn't die even if they didn't eat, drink, or breathe. Eating some mortal food and letting their bodies be stained with the flames of the mortal world could be considered as experiencing life. This morning seemed to be very peaceful and tranquil, but everyone could feel a sense of urgency permeating through the air along with the sunlight. However, no one mentioned anything about it, as though they had forgotten everything. They just leaned against the window and basked in the sun without thinking about anything else. allowing the energy in their bodies to slowly circulate in their bodies one round after another. From time to time, they would let out a burp filled with energy. Then, in the next second, a guy with surging energy rolled out from an unknown corner. The energy burst out of his body, and the movement was so loud that it directly caused everyone in the hall to let out their breath. A dozen energy beams condensed into light pillars and shot into the sky, attracting the attention of countless people outside. Well, everything is normal. Everything is ready. We can move around. Boss, we've rested enough. How's your side? Nightmare, who had just walked out, stretched and picked up a mutant fruit on the table and took a bite. Then he asked casually, "Nothing much. I haven't rested much. I shouldn't be able to recover to my peak strength in a short period of time." He squeezed his palms and looked back at his long hair that had all turned into colorful flowing lights. Then he shook his head. "What's wrong? Did something go wrong with your training?" Yuan, she raised his eyebrows and asked, "Didn't I just release the shackles of the divine physique of receiving soul not long ago?" Yun Nuashing sighed and turned around to sit on the table. Then he put his hands on the table. When they heard him mention this matter, everyone nodded. What happened that day was very spectacular and very beautiful. How could they forget it? There are some side effects. The meridians in my body are still faintly swollen. Yun Nuashing twisted his neck. There was a slight discomfort coming from his body, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. The sudden, excessive energy. Although 99% of it was absorbed by the divine runes, even that 1%, with my body as the energy channel, has squeezed my meridians a little. It won't affect the energy output during battle. It's just that I won't be able to recover to the state of overflowing energy for a while. Hearing this, everyone's expression became serious. Yuan, she sighed and said, "Oh, you should do less things that put your life on the line in the future." Huh, who would want to put their life on the line if they don't have to? Look at this carefree morning. This is the beginning of my ideal day. Unfortunately, it's only temporary. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. "Father once said something similar," Sui Xiong said. Zero smiled and said, "In the end, the burden on one's body, whether one wants it or not, will come with the shadow. In the end, that kind of comfortable life is far away from him. The mortal realm has its own meaning in life. The demon realm has its own things to do. The God Emperor has his own responsibilities. The God spirits have their own responsibilities. And even the heavenly gods have their own righteousness. In the end, they still can't rest." Yun Nuashing raised his head and spoke as if he was mocking Yi Qin. "That's true. It can't be helped." Zero let out a long sigh and said with a sigh. Everyone saw that the two of them were acting out a play and successfully made the atmosphere a little gloomy. They waved their hands and said, "Let's not talk about that anymore. What are we having for lunch?" "This. Let me think about it." Yun Nuashing was very serious and deep in thought. Everyone. Zero glanced at him and coughed lightly to indicate that he wasn't being diverted from the topic. "Anyway, from the looks of it, that kind of comfortable life is far away from us. At least, it's far away from idiot number one. Hey, now you want me to escape for a few seconds and lie to myself whether I've hit the jackpot or not." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and looked at him with displeasure. "I've been through a lot in my life. Can't you let me forget for a second?" Zero took a deep breath and said, "You win." Although they were chatting, they were not people who did not know their limits. After they were done, they chatted with each other in their souls for a while. After confirming that there were no problems with the others except for Yun Nuashing, the group of people popped their heads out of the attic and rushed towards the city wall. Under the hot sun in the morning, it was time for them to solve the troublesome matter in front of them. Havana and the 5 great spiritual gods were discussing on the city wall. His handsome face had a warm smile, and he nodded slightly from time to time and said a few words. When Yun Nuashing and the others appeared, he turned around and nodded at them. He smiled and said, "Friends, you're here." It seems that everyone is in good spirits. It's all right. We've finally recovered after one night. I've calculated with my fingers. It's about time to talk about the attack. Yun Nuashing coughed lightly and spread his hands with a smile. I have a plan. You immediately jumped up and waved her hand vigorously. Everyone was surprised and focused their attention on the little girl. The little girl smiled and waved her hand. She waved her hand and said, Charge! Beat them up. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other and coughed lightly. Then Yun Nuashing said seriously, Now, let's discuss how to charge over and beat them up. Everyone said, You too, be serious. Hee, it's a good idea when there's no other way. Havana smiled and nodded. Everyone was shocked. We had a brief discussion last night and realized that we don't know anything about the situation. At most, we can add some conditions like being careful and cautious when we charge over. What do you think? Everyone pondered for a while and looked at each other. They realized that this was the situation. They did not know much about the main nest. The only thing they knew was that it was the enemy's base camp. There were hundreds of billions of void beasts, and there were 8 demons that had been passed down since the ancient era. There was also a mastermind who had not shown himself. That was all they knew. That's true. Zero nodded. Then, let's charge over and beat them up. There are also tactics to charge over. It's not a big deal. There is a powerful life form in the deepest part of the planet. I think that's the battle you're looking forward to. Before that, the Eldars will be the front line. After all, this is our battle. Havana said with a smile. Yun Nuashing and Zero looked at each other and nodded. They did not refuse. In a battle of this level, the more helpers they had, the better. Then, we'll have to trouble you. Chapter 888. The deep and dark space was filled with an ominous aura that made people uneasy. The distant starlight from hundreds of millions of years ago shone on this corner of the planet. However, when it passed through the black aura, it avoided it uneasily. The deviation of the starlight made the space here seem exceptionally distorted. It was as if layers of vortexes covered the black planet evenly, twisting away all elements that approached it. Perhaps because they sensed that a great battle was about to erupt, the black planet was very quiet at the moment. The surging gales on the surface of the planet stopped at that moment. The hordes of void beasts raised their heads and opened their bloody mouths at the starry sky. They seemed to be roaring, but no sound came out. In the starry sky, large swathes of space began to distort. Countless cracks appeared in space like a shattered mirror. Strands of brilliant golden light squeezed out from the cracks, illuminating the dark land. The ominous black fog was actually slightly weakened under the illumination of the golden light. We're here. Is this the planet? What a dense aura of darkness. Hawain steadied himself in the starry sky. His black eyes looked at the enormous planet in front of him. The hordes of void beasts gave off an abhorrent aura of darkness, which made him frown slightly. Yun Nuashing and the others landed beside him. Then, the space beside them suddenly shattered. Countless spirit warriors and Nanar experts emerged from space and spread out. They stood according to a certain formation. There were at least 10 million of them, and they stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. However, compared to the entire planet, they were only a small dot. Moreover, there were hundreds of billions of enemies on the planet. If they split the numbers evenly, each person would have to kill at least 10,000 void beasts. Brother, they've sensed that we're here. The 8 life forms that we sensed that day are already moving. They're all in the center, behind the barrier. Ming sensed with the help of the Book of the Epics, then nodded. Oh. Yun Nuashing nodded and looked at the scarlet demon who was hanging upside down in Mo Qing's hand. He asked, Is it really okay to bring this guy here? The scarlet cracks on the scarlet demon's face were still flashing with light. Yun Nuashing knew that he was talking, but he was covered in dozens of layers of soundproof spells, and they were in the starry sky. Everyone was talking with their souls or minds, so no one could hear what he was saying. It shouldn't be a problem. Nightmare thought for a while and nodded heavily. I think he's a very good weapon. Look, it even has barbs. As the Nightmare spoke, it grabbed his feet and swung them around. Everyone was speechless. Was the barb referring to the pair of goat horns? Yun Nuashing was speechless. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. Don't let him run away. Don't worry. The boss has to worry about those big guys down there. Just let us watch the small shrimps. Nightmare waved his hand and revealed a smile that said, Don't worry about me. Yun Nuashing was silent. That Scarlet Demon was actually quite a powerful opponent. This could be seen from the fact that he could single-handedly challenge the Lord of the Spirit Realm, Havana, the strongest person in the 5 Elements realm. However, he was inhumanely sealed by a few suspicious people with the mentality of killing first and reporting later. According to his own estimation, that Scarlet Demon, Devil Nightmare, and the others would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with him. If they were in the 8 Elements realm, it would be even more difficult. Yun Nuashing and the others did not know what level of power he had released. Let's not think too much. Let's do it. Yun Nuashing shook his head and smiled faintly. As soon as he finished laughing, Yun Nuashing raised the nether void sword in his hand. Streaks of purplish-black light gathered at the tip of the sword. The power of the stars in his body circulated rapidly, and the origin of his divine body surged. Along with the boundless power of the stars, the power of the stars began to riot in the sky. The endless stars suddenly became abnormally bright. It was as if many bright lamps had appeared in the starry sky. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and look up and down. Within the abnormally bright lights, a terrifying star energy was surging towards them, ignoring space and time. 3,000 stars, listen to my command. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and raised the dark ruined sword. The power of the stars madly gathered inside and outside his body. The art of stars gave him great control over the power of the stars. As long as he wanted, he could control the power of the stars and the entire starry sky with just a thought. Boundless power of the stars gathered on the nether void sword, dyeing it with the colors of a star domain. Bright spots of starlight surged, and the divine sword seemed to have become the embodiment of a star domain. A dense aura of stars that couldn't be dispersed spread out around Yun Nuashing, and then the colorful flames inside his body surged out. Phaseless art, Yun Nuashing gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and raised it up high. He murmured, then widened his eyes and stabbed the sword fiercely into the space of the star field. It was as if he had stabbed into glass, and the space cracked like a spider web. Cross. Judgment. As his voice fell, the endless starlight was annihilated in an instant. It was as if it had been devoured. The flames withered. Then everyone saw the black planet below start to shake violently. In an instant, a cross-shaped crack that stretched across half the planet's surface suddenly appeared. That huge cross burned with the colors of the star field. Along with the colorful flames, everyone could even see the barrier that enveloped the planet's core at the bottom of that perfect cross of flames. Countless heavenly void beasts were killed by this attack. Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at the cross-shaped fissure. This is phaseless art? Devil Nightmare blinked and recovered from the shock. He asked confusedly, The power of this godly spell depends on the distance. It seems that the farther it is, the more powerful it is. Holy *T. You can release such a powerful attack across the starry sky. Boss Mao, when did you learn this? Yun Nuashing face-bombed. Big Sister Jean found Uncle Phaseless to rob. Everyone nodded. Yao Hua and the others understood what was going on. They all knew that their master loved Yun Nuo so much that it was a trivial matter to spend a lot of money on it. Didn't they see how much they cherished Yun Nuo to the point of morbidity? They treated Yun Nuo like a bastard, spirit light barrier, battle form. Huwain waved his hand and roared in his mind. take advantage of this opportunity to kill. In the starry sky, all the powerful beings roared in response. Then, beams of dazzling golden light shot out. Golden lines extended from all the powerful beings of the spirit tribe and connected to each other like a giant spider web. As this web-like spirit light barrier was built, Yun Nuashing sensed that the energy used to build this spirit light barrier wasn't much less than his. The energy in this starry sky was almost instantly sucked dry. The cross-shaped crack had already been filled up by the void beasts. However, the crack was simply too huge. At this moment, they could only block the innermost layer of the barrier from everyone's sight. They were far from being able to restore it to its original state. Boom! There was a huge commotion in the starry sky. Just as everyone was forming the spirit light barrier, Hwain roared and clenched his fist. Instantly, everyone saw the starry sky slowly distort. The distorted space was expanding with the black planet as the center. It was as if the entire starry sky was going to be twisted into pieces. Moreover, under the vortex-like distortion, endless star energy fell towards the planet like a waterfall. The many powerhouses of the Ling clan also released powerful energy attacks at this moment. The golden light almost condensed into a curtain, and along the trajectory of the space distortion, it surged towards the black planet from all directions. When Yuan Shi and the others saw this, they understood what was going on. They looked at each other and roared. The energy in their bodies gushed out as if it was free. They didn't care about any special moves or techniques. They just threw tons of pure energy into the huge golden waterfall. All of the attacks converged in an instant. The explosive power was concentrated in the center and roared as it rained down on the planet below. Hum! Suddenly, a buzzing sound penetrated the silent star field, causing everyone's eyes to focus. As if they had sensed something, they turned their gazes. In the sky above the center of the cross-shaped crack, a figure suddenly appeared. It was only a 2-meter-tall figure. In the background of the energy curtain and the planet, it was so small that it was difficult to notice. However, it was this figure that caused everyone to turn their gazes. It was as if they had discovered a bright spot in the void, attracting everyone's attention. Aya, Gushi, you idiot. Don't tell me you didn't dare to resist after seeing your old master. You were actually caught. The figure that appeared ridiculed. It was a humanoid creature that looked similar to the Scarlet Demon. At least, it was humanoid, but its body was much stronger than the Scarlet Demon. There were black rings that were several feet wide rotating behind it. Some of the rings were broken into 2 or 3 pieces, and some were simply condensed from fragments. Its face was also black. There was only a yellow vertical slit that extended from its forehead to where its mouth should be. There were also yellow cracks on both sides of its cheeks that looked like patterns. Oh, it's coming aggressively. What an imposing manner. The tall and burly yellow figure gently clapped his hands as though he was applauding. In the next second, he waved his hand, which was the size of a praying mat, and a rumbling sound was emitted from the blackness that permeated the entire planet. Subsequently, everyone saw countless void beasts suddenly explode into clusters of black fog. Countless fog soared into the sky and swiftly formed a black barrier on the surface of the planet. On the surface of the barrier, there were many strange, ferocious faces that continuously emitted furious roars. Bang! Boom! 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 The moment the black barrier was formed, the energy shock waves that descended like a net from the sky also arrived. Suddenly, the starry sky trembled violently under the terrifying energy shock waves. Black cracks bloomed like an abyss. The space storm that bloomed in the star sector affected a larger area, but it also dissipated faster. In less than a minute, the violent energy storm that enveloped the entire planet gradually dissipated. The black barrier that enveloped the entire planet also collapsed at this moment. However, it had withstood all the attacks before that. The god clan of the 5 elements realm. Huh? I've been watching you for a long time. The yellow demon glanced at Havana and the others through the cracks, then sneered disdainfully. If it weren't for the protection of the first god, you would have already. Boom! Before the Abyss Devil could finish his words, a brilliant light flashed across the sky. The brilliant golden light was like thunder and lightning. It was pure light. It was a huge golden beam of light that swept across and devoured the Abyss Devil's body. Everyone was stunned. Yun Nuashing's eyes twitched. She turned her head and saw Ming maintaining her posture with her jade-like hand outstretched. Under her transparent sleeve, beautiful golden runes appeared on her entire right arm. Without a doubt, the attack just now was launched by this girl. Noticing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, Ming was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and stuck out her tongue at Yun Nuashing. That guy talks too much nonsense. Everyone was speechless. The golden light below flashed and disappeared. The yellow demon was no longer in that position, but he left behind a sentence that slowly floated in the void. Hey, how imposing! You can slowly struggle and resist. When you appear in front of us, everything will be too late. Master will kill all of you. It's a little noisy. Hearing the voice inside the defensive barrier, Yun Nuashing nodded. She waved her hand and looked at Havana. The two of them shouted in unison, "Attack!" As soon as the two words came out, the experts of Nanar World, the experts of the spiritual realm, and Yuan Shi's group all rushed out like wild horses. They were so fast that Yun Nuashing and Havana couldn't react in time. When the two of them turned their heads, there was an empty space beside them. Then, flames suddenly rose up from below. The two team leaders looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, and descended. Yun Nuashing took out the array book. The golden light of the divine domain filled the sky above the planet, strengthening the people on the battlefront that stretched for tens of thousands of miles and weakening the void beasts. Boom! The entire battle line was charging towards the crack. In just a short while, the crack had been mostly filled up. However, the crowd was like a heavenly blade that pierced straight in, tearing open the rapidly healing crack once again. Millions of experts were drowned by an even more endless number of void beasts. This was a battle that would not end until one of them was dead. There were void beasts in all directions, in front, left, right, above their heads, and even under their feet. In fact, there was no place to step on. It was possible that one could only step on the head of an unlucky void beast. In this violent and chaotic battle, there were no more tactics to speak of. Everyone charged forward with their divine domains that were constantly recovering their strength. When they swung their blades or flashed by their energy, they would take away large numbers of void beasts. These small void beasts were too weak. They couldn't withstand the energy attacks of so many experts at all. Just the barrier of spiritual light in the form of an attack could directly kill them. Those that managed to reach the barrier were only those that relied on their own lives. They might not even have time to raise their claws before they crashed into the barrier. They could only cause negligible damage to the barrier. The fierce battle illuminated this dark place. The experts of Nanar and the experts of the Spiriters' world, who had astonishing combat power, were fighting against the void beasts that were risking their lives. As expected, they were in a stalemate. However, the speed of their advance did not slow down at all. Everyone knew this, and Havana knew it even better. They only wanted to send Yun Nuashing and the others into the barrier of this planet. As long as the matter inside was taken care of, the void beasts outside would naturally be nothing to be afraid of. As for the two protagonists of this matter, Yun Nuashing and Zero, they had been sullen ever since they charged into this strange place. From time to time, they would wave their hands and throw out energy attacks, blasting a huge hole in one direction. Other than that, they did not do anything else and did not say anything else. Their expressions were so grave that everyone else felt the same. As they buried themselves in the battle, they did not say anything other than a few loud shouts. "Boss, the big guys have come out." A hurried call brought the slightly absent-minded Yun Nuashing and Zero back to their senses. They looked at each other and then looked forward. The big guys that Nightmare was talking about were naturally not the king-level ones who were wrapped in chains. Those seemed to be all inside the barrier. However, although the ones that appeared here were not king-level, they were all junior and general level. A huge hole had been created in the barrier of the countless small void beasts. At this moment, everyone had passed through the hole, and what appeared in front of them was an even more powerful barrier that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a barrier that was piled up by energy creatures. There was no need for them to say anything. The battle had already begun the moment it was discovered. The battle line that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers instantly shrunk. The golden light of the spiritual light barrier became even more dazzling, blocking all the junior general level ones who tried to use their advantage in numbers and killing them outside the barrier. The powerhouses of Nanar world, the combat groups that knew how to condense energy, also gathered in an instant. Then they used all their strength to unleash their ultimate moves and beat up the general level ones who rushed forward. At this point, the speed at which everyone was advancing also slowed down the moment they encountered the general level ones. Although they were still advancing at an extremely fast speed, they had not even covered half of the distance on this planet since they had rushed in. And this was after Yun Nuashing had opened a hole in the barrier. In other words, they had only managed to reach this place by sprinting along the crack. "Looks like we'll have to go all out." Seeing the situation, Yun Nuashing could not help but narrow her eyes. Chapter 889. Hundreds of billions of void beasts were besieging a small golden, and the number of void beasts that could participate in the battle was less than a drop in the ocean. The majority of the void beasts that were fighting were either rushing to their deaths or rushing to their deaths. Very few of the void beasts that were fighting could reach the spiritual light barrier and raise their arms. Yun Nuashing and the others were constantly tearing a path through the dense crowd of void beasts in front of them. Tens of thousands of void beasts were turned into ashes. But in the next second, the void that had just been torn open would be filled up by the void beasts again. Then, they would continue to charge fearlessly at the group. In their line of sight, other than the black fog, there were only big white teeth. Everyone expressed that those teeth were really too conspicuous. Rushing into the depths, Yun Nuashing, Yuan Shi, and the others couldn't just sit there and do nothing. The beasts that surrounded them from all sides had already become rare, and all of them were 100-meter-long, general-level, void beasts. Their huge size and huge numbers were piled up in everyone's line of sight, and they could easily rush to the front of the spiritual light barrier. Even if it was only for a second, it was enough for them to launch 2 or 3 powerful attacks. However, the strength of the spiritual light barrier could also be seen. After enduring for such a long time and killing countless void beasts, it was still standing very firmly in front of them. The divine domain had already been withdrawn. Yun Nuashing used the 2 divine tools as the energy source to support the array book to open up the domain for the second time. The instant the star forbidden domain appeared, the surroundings were almost empty, but it was quickly filled up again. Zero was using an unprecedentedly powerful power of time to throw everything in front of them into the sea of time to be destroyed. Everything that dared to approach or charge and was swallowed up by time. Yuan Shi and the others also entered a berserk state. They even rushed out of the spiritual light barrier with the might of one man holding back 10,000 men, leading everyone's speed to increase by a large margin. However, the 2 idiots who had gone berserk were quickly caught back into the spiritual light barrier. After the 2 had gone berserk, they were carelessly pressed against the ground by a few general-level void beasts. Now that they were caught back, they looked like 2 pieces of charcoal, and it was impossible to tell which side was their face. All kinds of battle sounds could be heard, and a large cloud of black mist drifted and dissipated in front of them. In front of them were void beasts that were constantly being pushed back, and there were general-level void beasts charging at them fearlessly from the left and right. Behind them, they still had to be on guard to prevent others from penetrating the spiritual light barrier and bursting their buttocks. Yun Nuashing felt like he was drowning in a sea of flames. The flames of war were everywhere, and even he could not help but roll his eyes to express his disgust after watching this kind of battle for a long time. However, the little purple soul sitting on his shoulder did not react at all. It even seemed to be laughing happily, and for some reason, everyone felt a little calmer. Countless void beasts stuck to the group like mud with a great suction force. They were like a layer of rolling black waves. Their ears were filled with the endless roars and roars of the void beasts, as well as the crackling and burning sounds of the spiritual light barrier tearing the void beasts apart. Void beasts that were over 100 meters tall charged at the spiritual light barrier with agility that did not match their size. They swung their arms at the spiritual light barrier, only to be extinguished by thousands of forces, turning them into clouds of black mist. The black mist drifted forward and entered the bodies of other void beasts, causing them to become even more berserk. These energy life forms without intelligence had no fear at all. They were not afraid of the tragic scene of thousands of their kind being vaporized or shattered to pieces by various forces. They continued to charge at the group in a suicidal manner. Boom! The unique form of power of the divine artifact exploded. A terrifying wave of energy enveloped the front like a net and then quickly pushed forward. Every few hundred meters, countless general-level void beasts would die. The violent and unreasonable energy attack instantly emptied out a large part of the battlefield. No matter if it was the void beasts or the group, everyone was silent for a moment. You should at least save some strength. Havana looked at Yun Nuashing's long hair that was half white and said, "Go inside. The important place is inside. Although it's not very kind to say this. Let's leave this place to the children." "I know." Yun Nuashing panted and nodded. "It's just that I couldn't stand being surrounded by these black things. I couldn't help but make a move. Everyone. But even so, they still pushed forward a lot faster. The surging energy around them was still at an extremely powerful state. From the beginning of the battle until now, the energy in their bodies had not decreased at all. This was all thanks to the 2 large-scale domains that Yun Nuashing had used to replenish everyone's energy consumption. In such a crazy battle where they were going deep into the enemy's formation, energy consumption should have been a major factor in their survival. From the beginning of the battle where they fought bravely to the end of the battle where they slowly pushed forward to conserve energy, their bodies began to get tired, their energy output could not keep up with their consumption, and finally there would be casualties. These things that should have happened were all resolved by Yun Nuashing's domain array. It could be said that as long as no void beasts rushed into the spirit light barrier, there would not be any casualties. A single void beast was too weak to withstand a single blow from the group of people whose battle prowess was off the charts. Those gathered here were the top forces of the 5 elemental realms. Even general-class void beasts could only struggle at death's door here. Even if they had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, there was a limit to how much they could make up for the difference in quality. At the very least, it would be difficult for them to bury this group of people alive with super high battle prowess. After recovering, Yuan Shi and Nightmare roared and rushed out again. They also took the 2 divine weapons that Yun Nuashing handed to them. Surging energy flowed around them, and it was impossible to tell that the 2 of them, who were lying on the ground like dead dogs just a moment ago, were now fighting more fiercely than anyone else. As soon as they rushed out, a huge wave of energy tore a large number of general-class void beasts in front of them into pieces. Even the larger general-class void beasts could not last more than 3 seconds in that wave of energy. Yun Nuashing attacked twice, but when they saw that his hair was getting whiter and whiter, Ming, Little Moon, and the other girls ordered him not to attack. At this time, he was curled up in the middle of the group like an obedient child, slowly recovering his strength. In fact, it was not a big deal to lose him. The powerful offensive power of the divine light barrier was enough to crush these void beasts. As long as the spirit race experts were willing, They could maintain the divine light barrier with all their strength and then charge forward with their shields, killing all the void beasts. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of spirit race experts behind them, so losing him as a peak combatant did not affect them much. As long as he did not remove the domain formation above their heads, they could continue to charge forward, carrying the divine light barrier and charging for nearly 500,000 kilometers, while facing attacks from all directions sounded very difficult. It would not be a problem for them to kill the void beasts one by one for a long time. However, charging head-on like this and having to kill a path to the center was a bit difficult. Even with various advantages, everyone gradually felt tired. How long has the battle been? Havana waved his hand and crushed a void beast in front of him, then looked at the great spiritual god beside him and asked, "Master, it has already been 2 days. The mortals are almost at their limits. Although Cloud's domain formation can keep everyone full of energy, it is very difficult to get rid of the mental fatigue." The great spiritual god with a serious expression said in a deep voice, "How much longer?" "At this speed, we should be able to reach the center of the barrier in about half a day. No need to go through so much trouble." Yun Nuashing suddenly spoke, causing everyone to pause and gather their gazes on him. The former smiled and said, "Just hold on for a bit longer. Just a bit longer. When we reach a certain distance limit, I will be able to directly bring everyone over. It will only take an instant. It won't consume too much energy, right?" Havana asked worriedly, "There will be a fierce battle after we enter the barrier." "No, it won't be a problem. Idiot number 1 is not good at anything except for his large capacity." Zero gave him a thumbs up and grinned. Yun Nuashing helplessly sighed and was too lazy to argue with him. "Are you ready?" "There's no problem." Zero chuckled. When his voice fell, he raised his right hand and a golden energy vortex flashed. Then a large amount of golden energy suddenly appeared in the entire space, spreading throughout the entire spiritual light barrier. "Hey, Yuan Shi, Nightmare, it's time to come back. Let's charge over in one breath." Yun Nuashing shouted towards the outside of the barrier. The two trembled and immediately gave up on attacking. They eagerly returned to the barrier. The moment the two of them returned, Yun Nuashing's eyes suddenly turned a brilliant gold. His colorful hair also changed because of the change in energy, turning into a brilliant gold color. What surged within his body was a wild light element as well as the power of space. The two energies entangled with each other, tumbling endlessly within his body. As he was preparing, Zero also used a time barrier to envelop this 1,000-mile-long battle line. The two of them shouted out in unison. Then a golden light flashed, and the group of people suddenly disappeared from where they stood. Rumble. When it reappeared, it was accompanied by rolling thunder, spatial explosions, time collapses, and other large-scale tremors. Even the void space was shaken to the point of collapse by this chaos. Outside the core barrier of this planet, a golden light suddenly bloomed, and all the void beasts within a range of 10,000 kilometers were all shaken to pieces by the chaotic and violent energy. Then streaks of golden light descended from the sky, bringing with them a large-scale barrier of spiritual light. Time void vibration. After Zero came out, the words that he had said before he disappeared could be heard. Everyone looked around with dumbfounded expressions and scratched their heads in confusion. However, when they saw the overwhelming number of void beasts rushing over once again, they subconsciously attacked. Then they quickly looked around and saw that the front of the large group had become the back. This was because they had already touched the barrier, and the back had become the place where the heavy firepower collided. It was also the edge of the spirit light barrier. After reacting, the soldiers quickly adjusted their positions and continued to shrink the battlefield, tightly surrounding the area within 1,000 kilometers. "We're here already." Havana was a little confused, but he saw the barrier standing in front of him. It was a transparent barrier. Colors like a rainbow flowed on the barrier, and inside the barrier was a blue land. Solid blue light burst out from the land, surging with powerful energy. If a mortal came here, they would have been killed by the blue energy through the barrier. However, the ones who came here today were all extremely powerful beings of the 5 elements realm. Most of these natural threats could hardly affect them. I used the timeline to perform a karmic substitution. I stole the result that we would arrive here in 2 hours and made it happen in advance, saving us the cause of having to continue fighting for another 2 hours. In other words, that part of the process. Zero shrugged. However, this took up all of my time. Even for me, it would be difficult to perform a cause and effect substitution. You there, help me up. Ivan rolled his eyes. Of course, Zero was referring to him. However, there was nothing much to say now. He quickly ran over to support Zero, who was already on the verge of collapsing. Nonsense. Cause and effect substitution does not require the use of the heavenly God's law. You're lucky that you haven't been drained dry. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and said calmly. Zero laughed dryly and did not refute. On the blue land, inside the barrier, there were dozens of giant void beasts scattered all over. They were all king-level void beasts, and were the highlight of today's battle. Moreover, there should be a few demons inside. They were powerful beings that were once related to Quarter Moon. Yin Nuashing patted the transparent barrier and pondered for a while. She turned around and nodded to everyone. No problem. The barrier is not too strong. The netherworld ruins. Sword can break it. However, after we enter... Everyone's expression was slightly gloomy. Entering was not the problem. After entering, that was the most important thing. The dozens of king-level void beasts below were already roaring and waiting for them to arrive. Moreover, this was only the number that they could see. Beyond the horizon, there were so many that they could not see clearly. Based on visual estimation, there are 2,000 of them. This blue land is not very big. It is much smaller than Grey and Leviathan. However, there are enough king-level void beasts here. Ming's expression was serious. She pointed at a place. On the opposite side of us, the demons are all there, and that one who has not appeared yet. It is impossible to charge over. We will suffer heavy losses. However, if we charge over... Havana muttered. Ming shook her head. It's too late. Huh. Everyone was stunned. What did she mean by too late? Was there a time limit? However, there was none just now. Ming bit her red lips and frowned slightly. The golden Mei Mao stared at the land below and said, My eyes can see all the energy flowing towards the north of this blue land. That includes the void beasts above us. When we were fighting earlier, I felt that a portion of the void beast's energy was flowing downwards. Oh no, they are raising voodoo insects. Yun Nuashing slapped her forehead. However, it is useless even if we find out. We still have to charge in. We have to charge in now. We even have to kill that person later. So dash, charge! A roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. Yun Nuashing pulled out the netherworld ruin sword. With a roar, she used all her strength to slash at the barrier in front of her. Clang! An extremely loud metallic sound rang out. Yun Nuashing felt her hands tremble. Then, the transparent barrier shattered with a loud bang. 100-meter-wide hole was blasted open. Countless fragments fell onto the blue land below. Charge in! Yun Nuashing roared and charged in first. Yuan, Shi, Ming, and the others also roared and charged in. Dangerous battle, line up. Team 1 to 70, follow us in. Ivan, get some of the elite soldiers of Nanar World to quickly gather. The rest of you, guard this entrance. Havana also shouted. He waved his hand and rushed into the barrier with a few grand spiritual gods. Yes, God. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Yun Nuashing's body trembled. An electric current flowed through his body, causing him to tremble slightly. However, he quickly recovered. The others were the same. They jumped as if they had been electrocuted. Their bodies quickly adapted and reacted automatically. Oh, I have something to say. When everyone landed on the ground, Yun Nuashing turned around. This matter seemed to be quite important, so much so that he directly ignored the big guy 100 meters away. Everyone also listened attentively. However, just as Yun Nuashing was about to say something, the big guy from 100 meters away rushed over at an extremely fast pace. The sound of chains clanking could be heard. Even the king-level warrior, whose abdomen was chained, opened his mouth and let out a roar. 2 streams of blood flowed out from his eyes. I said, "Be quiet." Yun Nuashing glared, and the nether-void sword slashed down with a thunderous roar. A gigantic purplish-black sword light that was 100,000 feet long surged forward with a power that could devour the heavens and the earth. Borrowing the power of light, it almost instantly swallowed the king general. The sword ray slashed across the ground for hundreds of miles. It did not cut open the blue land. Instead, it killed many king-level warriors along the way. Oh, what was I going to say just now? Oh, I remember now. Yun Nuashing frowned for a while. Then he clapped his hands in realization. Everyone, ahem, this planet is a condensation of energy. Yun Nuashing squatted down and reached out to touch the cold ground. He turned around and saw the various expressions on everyone's faces. There was confusion, shock, and something else. After thinking for a while, he added, "The crystallization of the origin of energy is energy that has condensed into a solid crystal. The core of this planet is a crystallization of the origin of energy." Ah, what kind of crystallization of energy is it? Yuan, she scratched his head and asked in confusion. Probably, Yun Nuashing muttered. Then he raised his head and pointed to the sky above them. There was a layer of barrier separating the endless void beasts outside. It's that kind of energy. When he said this, everyone's faces instantly turned pale. Chapter 890. On the blue ground, countless energies flashed past uncontrollably. The sky was filled with boundless black clouds. The blood that was burning during the battle had yet to calm down. However, Yun Nuashing's words made everyone feel like they were in the middle of winter. They couldn't help but shiver a few times. The power of the void beasts was a mutated, dark element. The mutation was very thorough. There was almost no trace of the dark element left. Everyone had fought with void beasts before. They knew how strange and difficult it was to deal with. Moreover, it was very powerful. Now that they knew that the ground under their feet was a crystallization of this power, they felt like they were standing on a ticking time bomb. They didn't even know when it would explode. Establish the Holy Spirit formation. Spirit light barrier will attack and defend in 3 forms. Formation battle. Havana waved his hand and immediately interrupted everyone's horrifying imagination. Ivan and the others nodded in understanding and scattered. There weren't many void beasts where they landed. The 1 or 2 that did land were casually swept away by Yun Nuashing's sword. Kroll, take all the squads from the 1st to the 20th echelon and guard this place. Just guard and strengthen the defense. This is a path of retreat. Havana then turned to Kroll. The latter nodded and grinned. Boss, don't worry. In the spirit realm, I am number 1 in terms of defense. Don't play yourself to death. Ivan rolled his eyes. Are we going to kill our way over? The enemies are all gathered at the back. It seems like it will take some effort to go over. Yuan, she used his chin to point at the king generals who were slowly dragging their heavy bodies over. I can take everyone into the shadows and sneak over, the great divine goddess said softly. The female great spiritual god said softly. Soon after, she raised her jade-like hand. A wisp of golden light flickered from her body and poured into the ground. A transparent golden circular shadow gradually expanded like a shadow. Everyone come closer. After entering the shadow, you can disperse. Before anyone could ask for the reason, they subconsciously moved closer. The golden shadow spread to their feet. Then the surrounding scene suddenly changed. Everything became a little strange. The originally pitch-black sky was now strangely distorted and turbid. Large clouds of black fog twisted into spirals in the sky. From time to time, large pieces of space would collapse. Fragments of space would fall to the ground and silently melt. Wherever they stood, a brilliant golden light was spreading. The blue ground under their feet turned into a black, ink-like object. On the ground in the distance, there were many unknown black objects with many red lines that looked like veins. They were wriggling towards them. Everyone thought for a moment and understood that it should be the king generals who were dragging their huge bodies over with difficulty. The blue ground under the ground was formed by the power of the void beasts. Now, it was not strange for it to turn black. However, whether it was the thing in the sky or the king generals in the distance, they were all just blurry shadows. They did not have a physical body. Even their silhouettes could not be seen clearly. It was as if they were all shadows. Oh, the shadow realm. This thing is not bad. It's quite suitable for traveling now. Ling said in surprise. He nodded and said, then let's go. We can't wait too long. This was the first time Yun Nuashing had seen such a situation. Other than the spirit race, everyone else was more or less the same. It was very refreshing. They looked around curiously. The ground was still the ground, but it had all become shadows. They passed by the king generals. Yu even made a face at the latter, but the latter did not react at all. He felt that it was not very satisfying. Suddenly, he rushed up and tore the king generals into pieces with his bare hands. The pieces fell to the ground and stopped moving. Do you still remember what I said about the talent territory of the dark element, the shadow realm? The kind that can achieve the desired result by modifying and breaking the rules. Ling shook his head. Seeing that everyone nodded, he smiled and continued. The shadow realm was created by her. It's somewhat similar to the shadow realm. You can say that it's an inferior version of the shadow realm. You actually killed a king generals just now. She silently erased it from the rules. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It's not that exaggerated. The female great spiritual god saw that everyone was looking at her. She could not help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, the shadow realm is not used for killing. Once it erases too many lives, it will expose its existence. The outside world will be able to see shadows like us. Don't forget, we are also shadows now. We can easily tear others apart, but others can also easily tear us apart from the outside. That's why the shadow realm is mostly used for hiding. Hwain nodded and turned around to look the place where they had set up their base. They had already come into contact with the first king-level void beast. The aftermath of the fierce battle was just a blurry shadow in the shadow realm. They couldn't see what was going on. They should be able to hold on for a while. We have to be fast. While no one is stopping us on the way, we should rush over and tie up the demon leaders. Then we can find the person behind the scenes and beat him up. This matter will probably be over, Yuan, she said in a low voice. But we can't be discovered. If we are discovered on the way, it will be quite troublesome. Everyone nodded. Only Yun Nuashing and Zero smiled bitterly. Would it really be so smooth? The uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. It was as if the tip of a knife was directly at their throats. This feeling made their hair stand on end. Half an hour later, after sprinting all the way and even using the light element, everyone arrived at the back of the Blue Land. The moment they landed, the shadow realm was quietly dispelled. The female great spiritual god was stunned. I didn't dispel the shadow realm. After dispelling the shadow realm, the surroundings returned to normal. The group of king generals were also exposed from their shadows. The dozens of king generals turned their gazes at everyone at the same time. Their big white teeth were shining so brightly that they could almost be used as mirrors. Prepare for battle. Havana shouted softly. Divine power surged around his body. Yun Nuashing raised her head. On the ground in the distance, a huge spire suddenly appeared. It was very spacious at the bottom and extended towards the sky like an inverted funnel. 3 spiral metallic objects intertwined to form a long spike. At the top of the spike, there was a ring of energy that was constantly surging. In the black energy ring, there was a power that everyone was familiar with. It was constantly vibrating, as if it was about to disintegrate. Every time the ring vibrated, the entire spire would light up for a moment and then dim again. "That's the power of the void," Havana said in a serious voice. "And it's the power of the void of the 8 elements realm." Zero's voice was even more serious. He felt a sudden palpitation. "Oh no, this terrible feeling. It seems like there's something inside. I feel a presence that's similar to mine. Could it be—" "What?" Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yun Nuashing quickly asked. Zero frowned. After hesitating for a while, he shook his head and said, "No, maybe I'm thinking too much. Let's talk about it later." While everyone was on high alert, their energy was surging, and their killing intent was off the charts, the king-level void beasts only formed a circle on the outside. Their big white teeth were glaring at everyone. Their palms and the octopus tentacles under their bodies were constantly twisting, and the blue earth was surging with energy, constantly providing them with energy. The atmosphere was tense, but Havana didn't give the order to attack, and Yun Nuashing also held down who was eager to give it a try. The void beasts also didn't have the intention to attack, and the 2 sides inexplicably faced each other. The halo on the spire suddenly expanded from 1,000 feet to 100,000 feet. It extended from the spire to where Yun Nuashing and the others were, as if it had divided the entire area. Then the halo trembled slightly and split into 3. One landed on the blue earth, and the other floated into the sky. The 3 halos spun at high speed at the same time. A strange energy quietly appeared in the area that was circled. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last dance." In the sky, a rumbling sound accompanied by wild laughter suddenly rang through the sky. It was as if it came from the sky, creating a hollow echo in the air. "Of course, we also have to give you a special welcome, our old master. Although your appearance here makes us a little embarrassed, it doesn't matter. We're now serving our new master. For him, we have no choice but to ask you to die once." After the wild laughter ended, several distorted spatial vortexes suddenly appeared in the air in front of the spire. Then, tall figures emerged from them. They had seen one of them before. It was the yellow demon who had blocked the firepower of the entire army on his own. He was so huge that he was a giant among the demons. Red, yellow, purple, gold, with horns, without horns, with tails, without tails, Nightmare muttered to himself, causing everyone's cheeks to twitch. "Can't you say something else?" However, they had to admit that the division was really too clear. None of them had faces. Other than the golden demon, the others were all black. The cracks on their bodies were also different. There seemed to be no other way to distinguish them apart from color. Hey, you still have a companion here." Nightmare shook the scarlet demon that he had hit countless times like a blunt weapon. He raised his hand and pointed at them. "Aren't you going to say anything?" "Oh, that idiot Gushi. It's fine if he's caught. It's fine if he's dead. Anyway, he's only worth that much." The yellow demon sneered. He crossed his arms and looked at everyone disdainfully. "I didn't expect you to dare to appear in front of us. Do you really think that by getting rid of those ants who can't even be considered gatekeepers, you'll have—" Boom! With another explosion, an extremely brilliant golden pillar of light soared into the sky and instantly engulfed those few figures. Everyone looked at Ming blankly. As expected, the latter's face was as cold as ice. His right hand was covered with many golden runes. "You talk too much." Yun Nuashing sighed. "Light, where's the light? Are you an angel? The spokesperson of light. The representative of light that's purer than the light element." An extremely destructive power came from the golden pillar of light and frantically counteracted the power of the golden pillar of light. However, in just a moment, the pillar of light dissipated under everyone's gaze, and the figures of a few demons appeared intact. The demon flickering with golden light laughed in a low voice, and a powerful male voice came out. "Let me have a good look at you later, but now." The blue ground suddenly trembled. Everyone was shocked. They moved a little closer. The surrounding void beasts also opened their mouths and roared wildly at the sky. Waves of energy revolved violently in the area covered by the third ring. The surrounding scene became blurry because of this. An earth-shattering energy gradually filled this space. That terrifying energy made everyone's faces turn slightly pale. "Oh, I have to remind you, even now, I still respect you very much, old master. We had no choice but to start a war. If we hadn't been accepted by the new master, this wouldn't have happened. What a pity! But now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying more. The powerful you will always be an extremely strong, unstable factor. We can only ask you to leave." The few demons spoke one after another. When their last words fell, the blue ground collapsed. The inverted funnel-like spire in the distance suddenly flickered with light at an extremely high frequency. The third ring also merged into a huge halo in an instant. The dazzling light almost made everyone close their eyes. Then it suddenly dimmed, as if something had failed to start. There was no movement at all. It went silent. Everyone was stunned. That huge commotion just now, that violent energy made it hard for them to breathe, and then it went mute. "What?" Yuan, she heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. But from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the indifferent looks on the demons' faces. His heart thumped for no reason. He suddenly turned his head and saw Yun Nuashing and Zero acting as if they were facing a great enemy. Their faces darkened. It was as if they were in a life and death situation. His heart slowly sank. Boom! The earth shook as if it was shaking. Space collapsed and the earth sank. Suddenly, an extremely brilliant energy impact surged out from the steeple in the form of a pillar of light that was hundreds of kilometers wide. That chaotic energy was mixed with countless energy that Yun Nua and the others were very familiar with, elemental energy. Moreover, it was a powerful mixed elemental energy that was forcefully guided by 10 types of elemental energy when they were mixed together and forcefully repelled and rubbed against each other. Yun Nuashing and Yao Hua were very clear about that kind of power. Their group of people from the Nine Gods Temple could release a shockingly powerful mixed elemental attack with him as the core. But now, it seemed that the scale and power of the mixed elemental attack that he guided was so weak in front of this violent light pillar that it was as if it didn't exist. It was an extremely violent beam of light, its surface glowing with golden lightning. 10 different elements were mixed in the center, causing the center to turn into an extremely unsettling crimson color. The violent elements were releasing all of their power, if not for the powerful suppression. This beam of light would have disintegrated by itself the moment it appeared. The speed of the light elements made this seemingly long distance as if it didn't exist. Although it was far from the speed of light, that kind of speed was so fast that everyone could only react mentally. They didn't even have the time to control or defend themselves. Moreover, under that terrifying power, everyone was trembling. That powerful power only gave them the smell of death, death. This word was once very far away from them, but it could also be said to be very close. Born in a chaotic place like the realm of the gods, their heads hung from their waists. Who could say for sure that their good friends who were drinking and chatting with each other today wouldn't quietly leave tomorrow? But when they faced this word themselves, they sighed. So it was just a little bit, in an instant, perhaps less than a second. Yuan Shi, Nightmare Ming, and the others could only watch as the light pillar swept towards them with unparalleled power. Their minds churned as memories of the past appeared. It's said that people will see their beautiful memories reappear like a revolving lantern before they die. No one knew who said this in the soul communication. Now, only the speed of soul communication could be faster than what was seen in the real world. Even so, no one had the time to react. Hey, did you guys think of anything? I've been like an idiot all my life. There's nothing to think about. I just feel like I've suffered a loss. Nightmare forced a smile. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly, so he still knew that he was an idiot. Havana and the others also had a myriad of expressions. No one put up any defense because it was too late. No one put up any unnecessary resistance. They couldn't resist that power. Everyone present felt the smell of death rushing towards them. They couldn't even move. What could they use to resist? What about Yun Nuashing? He didn't think about anything. His rainbow-colored eyes reflected the extremely tyrannical beam of light. At this moment, his vision seemed to have changed. It was as if he was the one who had launched this attack, and the one standing here was just someone facing his attack. It turned out that his attack was so powerful. It was overwhelming and had the smell of death. It made people feel that they couldn't resist it. Were all the enemies who fell to his god equipment like this? The energy torrent that made time and space tremble came from afar. The sound broke the rules and reached their ears. Yun Nuashing's mind was a little blank. A memory jumped into his mind. That day it seemed to be like this moment. He pulled himself out to face the attack. Therefore, he also pulled himself out to face it alone. At the moment of the boom, just when everyone thought that they would be swallowed by the vast and endless energy torrent, a figure like a god descended and stood in front of the unparalleled violent elemental torrent. Boom! The moment the collision occurred, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. It was as if the world was about to collapse in front of their eyes. Their line of sight swayed in front of them. The extremely terrifying energy shock caused everyone's mind to tremble, and they almost fainted. They hurriedly raised their heads, only to see Yun Nuashing standing alone in front of the violent energy torrent. He stretched out a hand and blocked the violent and restless energy torrent. His beautiful face was incomparably calm, as if he was facing something insignificant and not the terrifying energy torrent. However, all the divine patterns on his body had already lit up with an astonishing radiance. Scarlet runes appeared on his skin and face. After a moment, his beautiful face became ferocious. The 6 wings on his back emitted a resplendent light. Roars sounded as if they were about to condense in the void. Spirit absorbing divine physique, release. God raining diagram. Soul burning art, 128 times burning. Star art, star annihilation. 9 elemental god art. Soul stabilizing bracelet. Wherever his hand touched, an incomparably brilliant radiance was emitted from his body. All kinds of arrays, secret techniques, everything that he could think of, regardless of whether it was attack or defense, was used. He was going all out. He didn't care what the chaotic collision of the various energies in his meridians would cause him to become. He was just doing this. He simply wanted to block it, that was all. The radiance scattered in all directions the chaotic and violent elemental torrent, with Yun Nuashing as the dividing point, started to break apart and scatter in all directions. It was as if there was a rain of energy in the distant sky, following an earth-shattering sound. The person in front of everyone also drifted into the distant sky along with the raindrops. Everyone's expression instantly became incomparably gloomy. I'm not a hero. That thing died too early. Hero? No, I'm just a mortal. That's why I'm really not a hero. The words that Yun Nuashing had said before echoed in Ming's heart. Her beautiful face instantly turned pale and dim. Then why did you rush out? Over and over again,